Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
All right, here it is, 3 minutes after 3 on this Sunday morning. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Succi. I want to get you up to speed on some of the changes that are happening right now in our area. Let's start off with a view across each of our 4 zones. It's cold and icy up there in the Kerrville and the hill country. That's a sleet accumulation with some freezing rain. Roads up there are pretty slick. Now in Gonzales, 31 degrees. The temperature actually came up here briefly. I'm going to explain why in just a second. In San Antonio, the temperature has dropped a degree. And right now we do have rain and also some sleet that is in Bexar County. So this is a look at the Bexar County temperatures. We had touched 32 degrees. We were down to 27. We came up to 32. We got scattered thunderstorms. And now they're moving away and colder air is coming back down in. And so the temperature in some cases around 31, pretty close to freezing. And Helotes is now 27, 28 at the rim. So colder air is moving back into Bexar County. It was 29 in Boerne, went from 23 to 29. Now it's back down to 24 and 16 in Rock Springs. And keep in mind too, we also have a lot of sleet pack, right? Snowpack, but sleet pack in this case here, where you have a ½ inch in some cases up here or over a ½ inch of ice that's on the ground. And so the air is flowing over it. Meantime, we have our big area of low pressure, I believe, sent a push of warm air aloft out ahead of it that sparked the scattered thunderstorms that we had. And some of that warmth from aloft was able to translate down to the surface, and the raindrops can do that too. They can carry some of that warmth down and bring the temperature up. But as that little feature moves away, now we're exposed again to this cold flow over that sleet pack. And so I point this all out because right now we had a period of freezing rain where it was liquid, and now we're starting to see ice pellets mix in. See that there? Look at that. So this is now transitioning over to more sleet again in Bexar County, Comal County, and Kendall County. There's a couple more patches out here that'll come through. That'll probably be sleet showers when it moves in. So we are seeing now the colder air move in. That's the process that's underway. By the way, you can see all the lightning strikes that we have. So that was over Bexar County, dropping some hail. And then that was in concert with the warmth, the rise in temperatures. So roads are just wet. Bridges are just wet. By and large, I haven't seen really many reports of icy bridges, but understand everything's really wet now after this batch, and as the temperature is dropping, we will want to watch here over the next few hours to see if we start getting reports of elevated road surfaces developing icy spots here. And let's go ahead and go in a little bit closer. You can see the transition back over to ice pellets or sleet in Bexar County, up around Canyon Lake, Boerne seeing sleet. Okay, then we go over here to the east. These are all scattered thunderstorms. Now, this is probably freezing rain or some hail mixed in with these storms. You're hearing thunder around Karn City and Kennedy, Poth, right there. You can see Falls City with the lightning strikes. Right on up, scattered across Guadalupe County, across I-10, in Lavaca County and Gonzales County here. We look back to the west, patches of freezing rain or maybe even a little sleet here in Frio County. Around Pearsall, you see Uvalde. This is likely probably sleet with maybe a little bit of freezing rain too, liquid and ice pellets. And so that's moving back towards Bexar County here, but it's not as large a batch of moisture as this particular round was here. So this kind of tells me we're getting pretty close to starting to shut things down in terms of anything falling from the sky over the next next hour or two, I would say, as this all is shifting into the Houston area here. Here's the big broad view of this system. It is now just to our west. So out ahead of it, there was that push of warm air aloft, supporting this round of scattered thunderstorms. Just out ahead of it with strong dynamics. And now as this moves on, then we're going to start getting back into that cold flow and drop those temperatures here into daybreak. Now I feel like we're probably going to settle back into the mid-20s by the time you start your Sunday, early in the morning. So this is future radar at 3:30. You see the bulk of it now to the east at 3:30. Could still get a patch or two, still to come across. That's at 4 to 4:30, and then you can see it really winds down, and the sun will come out tomorrow, and I believe travel in and around Bexar County and much of the area, the roads would just be dry, and maybe some melting and a little bit of a slower go of it up into the hill country for a time, and then refreeze potential will be highest in the hill country once the sun sets, if those roads are still wet up there. So here's your Sunday, 24 in the morning. So right now, again, the temperature's dropping. I expect it to settle around 24, and then we'll go to 36. So cold, sunny day. And the road conditions, right now I have the caution out through 4 o'clock, and then because the temperature's dropping, I do have my concerns that the bridges, overpasses, flyovers could start to develop some icy patches. So I want to put the slick out here, the red light, through early in the morning. Of course, the hill country is pretty slick right now. And then from 8 o'clock thereafter, pretty quick improvement on those roadways for the rest of your day Sunday. Here's a look at the wind chill. It's a 21 right now in San Antonio and 0 degrees in Rock Springs. And as we look at those temperatures for you in terms of the wind chill, 7 o'clock in the morning below 0, 2 degrees Kerrville, 4 in Bernie, 13 in San Antonio with that still that wind 15 to 20 miles an hour. It's still a bit of a breezy, windy day, and so that'll make it feel like it's in the 20s. And then Monday morning, just enough of a breeze with the temperature that's in the upper teens to push that wind chill down 5 to 10 degrees in San Antonio. That's the big storyline Monday morning. Now, a number of school systems have closed, but if you have to work, you're going to start the day off with those bitter cold temperatures, and I expect that to be a record cold start in San Antonio. The record is 20 from 1897, and I'm forecasting 18 degrees Monday morning. So again, just to kind of recap it here for you, you can see the bulk of this big particular round it's moving through here that's produced the scattered thunderstorms, gradually shifting to the east. Colder air is coming in, and you see it's trying to transition it over to sleet before it ends. That little patch here coming across, that'll provide probably a little bit more light sleet as it moves through, and then we'll see if we get any more redevelopment, but I kind of feel that that's going to be the end of it as it moves across here. So that'll conclude our coverage here on this particular winter storm. We'll have another update for you here coming up here on News 4. In the meantime, don't forget to our socials from Facebook, our YouTube channel. We have continuous information there for you as well in this winter storm. And news4sa.com. That is our website there. We'll see you here in just a little bit on News 4.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
All right, good morning to you. 3:35 here on this Sunday morning. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan here. Let's get you up to date on where things stand now as we continue covering this winter storm for you and the conditions as they are very fluid and are changing here. We'll start up in Kerrville. By the way, the temperature was knocked out here by the storm, so we do not have a temperature I can show you in Kerrville. But you can see up here, it's windy. It is very cold up into the hill country. That is an icy sleet accumulation with some freezing rain with some glazing. The good news up into the hill country with that ice storm warning we had is that we have not seen as much ice caked into these trees because there was a sleet accumulation. So instead of liquid falling on the trees and ice and then freezing and glazing, you had these ice pellets that were bouncing off the trees. So we did not see the damaging levels of ice accumulation that we feared we might with that ice storm warning. Gonzales right now, if you look closely here, you can see that we do have a little bit of rain, maybe even a little sleet mixing in. Perhaps, as there is some colder air now trying to move in. We had a little bit of a sleet change over here in San Antonio in Bexar County, although now we're starting to see the moisture begin to sort of move off. What's worth noting here is we had a brief rise in the temperature as some scattered storms came through, and that likely was able to result in some of the warmth above us being translated down and transferred down to the surface with raindrops. And so the temperature actually went up about 3 to 5 degrees, and that helped us out in terms of our road conditions. But now notice the temperature here, Helotes earlier was 31, it's now 26. So you've dropped 5 degrees. Up around the rim, the same deal there. It was up around 30, 31. You're now 26 degrees. So you see the colder air is now in the process of moving back down south. It was interesting to note Bernie was 23, went up to 29, and now it's back down in a matter of about 2.5 hours or so, down to 23 degrees. Rock Springs, there they are, 16. Del Rio has dropped now to 24. So the colder air flowing over the sleet and even some of the snow that we have up north, that is keeping the air refrigerated, a little extra cold, and it's moving back in after that little brief warm-up we had. And that's concerning because this batch of moisture that we've had with the freezing rain and the scattered thunderstorms, everything's really pretty wet and soaked out there. And now you're introducing some colder air moving in. And we really want to watch now for icy spots developing on our elevated road surfaces. I did hear a report from our newsroom that we did hear on the scanners of a iciness developing on the flyover of Highway 90 over 1604. And right out here in western Bexar County. So, we want to watch these trends here now for the next 2-3 hours. You can see the back edge here. Notice that little purple shade that indicates the colder air coming in and changing over to a sleet scenario. So we did have a little bout of some sleet up here into Comal County, still probably getting some sleet here as well into Guadalupe County. Notice though, not seeing a robust area of moisture coming in. It's really small and patchy out here. So we're not done just yet, but doubtful that we would see a large expansive area like this move back in. All right, so let's bring this in a little bit closer. You can see right there near downtown, starting to see a little bit of a drier push come in. This is probably freezing rain and sleet mixture that we have in the southern part of perhaps from the sleet, very light. And then you see all the lightning strikes here. Look at this. We still have scattered thunderstorms in our eastern zone counties. And these storms have, and they move right overhead, have been dropping some hail. And so it's freezing rain, liquid, that freezes on contact if its surface temperature is at freezing or colder, or it's been hail. And on some occasions, too, it's also been sleet, which is sort of hard for many to distinguish between the two of them here. They're both ice pellets, right? Also, it looks like there might even be like a little burst here of perhaps some sleet or hail mixing in here that radar's picking up on. You go down into Atascosa County, look at that. There's a thunderstorm near Pleasanton, right there on 37. That probably has some sleet or some hail inside of it here as it's moving towards Wilson County. So Floresville, you see the lightning strikes here, Lavernia, Stockdale, Sutherland Springs. So you still have an active area of thunderstorms here. And so that's either going to be hail or sleet that you're going to be seeing in Wilson County and maybe even some of Karnes County here. But right now, that's right around Pleasanton. All right, so that's where we're probably getting a little bit of a burst right in there. We go a little bit further out to the west. And again, really don't see much happening here as things are really in the phase of starting to wind down. The expectation is that between 3 to about 5 o'clock, we would start to wind everything down as drier air moves in. So it's coming in around this system. Area of low pressure is right about in, let me see if I can draw this right. It's right about in here. So this is the area, and out ahead of it, it's got the moisture plume, strong lift to develop all this icy mess that we've had. But now coming in around it is drier air. And so that will start to shut things down. And then tomorrow we'll see later in the day if on the back edge of this system there's a little bit of moisture. It extends back to El Paso if we get maybe a random little snow shower or sleet shower that comes in out west late tomorrow. Otherwise, what I expect is sunshine. So here we have it. This is at 3:30 or so, going towards 4 o'clock. You see the back edge kind of moving through the eastern half of the area, most likely area. This is now, so we're right around the time we are now. So this is the high-res model picking up on the radar trends now. So let's advance this. All right, there's 4 o'clock. So you see the bulk of this is now moving to the east. There could still be a random little patch of a snowflake, a couple sleet pellets maybe, but not a tremendous coverage coming through. And then again, the sun will come out. And we'll see if out west, if we're able to get maybe a random little flurry or sleet pellet or two to come in before the afternoon, evening is done here. So what I expect is a cloudy, very cold start. We want to watch early in the morning for icy spots into the area for your early plans. But then as the sun comes out, roads really should dry out and be in good shape. There'll be some melting too that happens. So we have the caution out, but it transitions into that slick category. As my concern is if the temperature does in fact drop as I see it toward the mid-20s, that really ups the ante on getting some iciness to develop here. And then, as you can see, my expectation is pretty good conditions through the day on Sunday. And of course, it may stay cold. This is what it feels like right now when you factor in the wind, and that wind chill will be with us early in the morning in the teens, and then during the day, staying in the 20s. This is the wind combined with the air temperature, what it feels like to you. And then this is Monday morning, and it'll be single digits to about 10 degrees to get Monday started here. So we're just about done with the moisture moving through. Still a little while longer to go as it shifts to the east over the next 4 hours ahead, and the drier air moves in. But again, early in the morning, if you're going to be out and about through 6 to 7:30 before we really get past sunrise, just be a little extra careful, especially bridges, overpasses. If the flyovers are open, you'll be mindful that they could have some iciness on them here. And of course, don't forget your sidewalk and your deck first thing in the morning, especially if you're letting the dog out there. Could be a little bit slick here. All right, that'll do it here for our update here at 3:43. We'll see you again the 4 o'clock hour here. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
And a good morning to you here. It's 4:31, and you see some of the issues that we are seeing now develop around Bexar County. The bridges and overpasses and the flyovers are now developing icy patches. And so we've had those reports. That's going to be the issue of the morning, is those elevated road surfaces, because the temperature is now dropping. And after a bout of some recent moisture that we had that move through for a good 2-3 hours, everything is wet and it's primed to freeze up here on us just before we get into daybreak Sunday. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea there on what we have here in town. All right, let's talk about those temperatures. And here you can see we had managed in the middle of the night tonight to go up to 32 degrees. From 27, we went up to 32 in San Antonio. And now we're down to 26 and falling, 24 at the rim, and Helotes is now 24 degrees. So for every degree now you get into those mid-20s, maybe even some low 20s. That really is going to present a problem for anyone that has early morning travel plans through daybreak here. Bernie's now 21 degrees, 18 in Rock Springs. And so the colder air is moving in, and that's really the hazard at this point, because the earlier bout of some freezing rain and even some sleet that we had is now shifting east and out of the area. So we still have a little bit of it in Guadalupe County into some of Wilson County and across Gonzales, Lavaca County. In some cases, this is sleet. And then you also have a little bit of a freezing rain mixture in there as well. And do note that as I roll on this, you can see on occasion we are getting thunderstorms here. So here you have one in DeWitt County right there. See the lightning flashes on it. And then around Victoria, out of our area. This was all over us earlier in the night. And this was in response to some warmer air aloft that was surging in ahead of our big system. And so we kind of got convective, or with thunderstorms in this big winter storm. It was really pretty wild, but that brought the temperature up as some of the raindrops are able to transfer some of the heat from above down to the surface. So we went from 27 to 32. That's all moving away, and now the temperature is dropping as the drier air and cold air flowing over the snow and the sleet pack we have up to the north. It's keeping it refrigerated, and it's Arctic cold. So the temperature still has some room to fall here yet as it flows over all that sleet accumulation in the hill country, where there's been a 1/4 inch to about a 1/2 inch or so of some ice. Not in the trees and the power lines, though, but on the ground, on the roads. And that was great news, because with the ice storm warning, we were really concerned up here that we might get a lot of ice caked in the trees and the power lines, end up with damage and outages. By the way, CPS Energy right now working on about roughly 18,000 to 19,000 outages, customers impacted here without power right now. So I do want to point that out here at the moment. And that was after those thunderstorms moved through. So you see the drier air kind of moving in, and that's really it. We're sort of shutting things down as everything shifts east into the Houston area. They're going to wake up with some iciness here into the Houston area. And then you can see there are some snow showers up here around San Angelo. All right, future radar, we take this into the 5 o'clock hour outside of a random little sleet pellet, or maybe even a random little snowflake. Essentially, we're starting to really wind things down as it all moves away. And what will happen then is we're going to find ourselves with some sunshine, which should translate, even though it's a cold day, into some road improvements. So it's just really only early in the morning that I'm concerned through sunrise and while we have the cloud cover. Then once the sun comes out, that's really going to go to work on the roadways. So we're getting into the very slick category here, especially with those elevated road surfaces. But you see from 8 o'clock where there's still some caution out there, how we go with dry roadways and melting. And then anything, especially into the hill country, that does not dry out by sunset and thereafter is going to refreeze into patches of black ice Sunday night and Monday morning. This is what it feels like right now when you factor in the breeze. Look at that, 14 is our wind chill here in town, and that's pretty much what we expected as we project forward here. About 12, 13 degrees is the wind chill to start your day. 4 in Bernie, 2 in Kerrville. During the day, it'll stay in the 20s, teens into the hill country. And then Monday morning, we'll see wind chill values because there's still a breeze maybe not as strong, but with a temperature, an air temperature that's down to about 18, it'll feel like it's in the single digits here. So again, kind of wrapping things up. Everything's moving to the east. Concern now is for iciness developing, especially the bridges, overpasses, flyovers in around Bexar County here as the colder air is moving in. And we're going to have team coverage for you this morning. Meteorologist Jeanette Caille, as she will be up next to continue our coverage for you. It's been a pleasure to be with you here through the night tonight during this winter storm as we get down to the final phase of it. Again, coverage here on News 4 Sunday morning here. Have yourself a great day.
Check, can you hear me? Audio check. Yes. Okay. Exactly 5:30, correct? Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, that's fine.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good Sunday morning, 5:30 now, and let's take a look at live power Doppler radar. The last bit of precipitation continues to drift to the east. You can still see some patches of lingering freezing rain, sleet, even a burst of what looks like a mix of snow moving away from DeWitt County back towards Goliad County, Karnes County. You're likely still seeing some very light freezing drizzle, freezing rain, maybe even some sleet. The rest of the area, well, we're going to have to deal with frigid temperatures, and really anything that's wet will likely freeze over because temperatures are continuing to drop. But the big upper level disturbance is now getting closer, sending the moisture farther to the east, and I'm not anticipating any additional precipitation falling from the sky. Again, that's the last little bit moving away from our viewing area. Take a look at the temperatures. It is dangerously cold out there. These are the actual temperatures. Many spots in the 20s. All of the area pretty much below freezing, the exception being Cotulla. 16 right now in Rock Springs, 25 from Hondo to San Antonio. New Braunfels at 24. Upper 20s from Gonzales to Cuero and Goliad. There is still a noticeable wind out of the north, and that's making it feel a lot colder. These feels like temperatures in the single digits in Bernie, 0 in Rock Springs. Kerrville, Rock Springs will likely see wind chills below 0 in the next hour or two. 12 is what it feels like in San Antonio, and it feels like it's in the teens as far south as Carrizo Springs. Taking you through the rest of the day, we're going to see skies gradually clearing out some. It is going to stay pretty cloudy at least until mid-morning, and then notice how the cloud cover clears out as we go through the day. We'll see some sunshine, and that's going to help to melt any ice that's on area roads or sidewalks, but the concern then comes in once the sun goes down. Then we'll likely see anything that is still wet freeze over. If you are going to head out later this morning, just be extra careful. Wind chill temperatures, well, by 8 o'clock in the morning, let's take this back here, will likely be below 0 across the hill country, and we could actually dip closer to about 8. That's how cold it may feel like as we get closer to about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. So these are the temperatures that you want to dress for if you happen to venture out later in the morning. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, although we're above freezing by that time, it's still going to feel a lot colder with the north winds. Here's your Sunday forecast. So plenty of clouds at 7 a.m. We'll be closer to 24, maybe 23. At noon, we are just 1 degree below freezing, but we'll see some sun. This afternoon becoming mostly sunny. We're above freezing, 36. Sustained winds throughout the day, about 15 miles an hour with gusts up over 20 miles an hour. So stay warm inside your homes, and we'll continue to keep you updated. Real quick, Trevor, if we could punch up those TransGuide cameras so folks can see conditions on area roads. Keep in mind that while things may not look so bad, this black ice is very hard to detect, especially when it's dark outside. You can see the roads glistening. That's I-281 at the quarry there, and that's 37 at Jones. Thankfully, it looks like a ghost town. Seems like folks are kind of just hunkering down and just being careful. 410 at Somerset. I do see some flashing lights there. Crews most likely still treating area roads. We'll have a closer look at what you can expect on area roads. We'll also have the latest on power outages coming up at 6 a.m. In the meantime, that does it for now.
Yeah, mic check, audio check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would be helpful if it was on. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Have my live desk set up. They're working on it, so there's nothing, like, there's a problem. So just y'all hang tight, because Glenn went to go try to find somebody.
Not set up. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
6 a.m. on this Sunday morning, and here's a look at live power Doppler radar. The winter weather, well, that's moving away in terms of precipitation. We're seeing just some lingering sleet, freezing rain over our far eastern zone counties, but the bulk of this winter weather is shifting a little farther to the east, from Lavaca County to DeWitt County, including portions of Goliad County and Karnes County. You can see the pink indicating some sleet, and the purple is a mix of sleet and freezing rain. And earlier this was showing a little snow action, but of course that did not accumulate. Notice that over East Texas and Houston, those are heavy downpours just north and west of Houston. That is a wintry mix. Oh, I don't know what's going on. It looks like our power. Oh, there we go. Power is flickering on and off. Some snow showers farther north from San Angelo, just to the north of Dallas. Now, keep in mind that although this wintry weather is moving away, it is very cold, and the concern is that we'll see more black ice developing, of course, from now until daybreak. And it's that black ice is very difficult to see when it is dark outside. So with the colder air in place, we're going to see anything that's wet freezing over. These are the actual temperatures. It is 25 in town, 26 in Seguin. Pretty much all of the area below freezing. It's in the teens in Rock Springs. We still have that wind from the north, sustained 15 to 20 miles an hour, occasionally gust over 25 miles an hour. And it's feeling this cold, single-digit wind chills. This is pretty dangerous for our area. It feels like it's 8 in Boerne. Feels like it's 14 at the airport, 12 in Hondo. Taking you through the rest of the day, I'm not anticipating any additional precipitation. In fact, we're just going to have clouds at least until 7, 8 o'clock this morning. Then by 9, we should see some sun coming through the cloud cover. This afternoon, it is going to be mostly sunny. So dry air starting to work its way into the area. With the dry air and the sunshine, that's going to help to melt any ice. But then tonight, anything that's still wet could freeze over, because it is going to be a brutally cold night with temperatures likely to drop into the teens. Sunny skies heading into your Monday. By 9 o'clock this morning, we'll likely see wind chill values probably below zero in areas like Rock Springs and Kerrville, single digits from Boerne to New Braunfels, and it'll likely feel like it's closer to 10 or 11 degrees here in San Antonio. By the afternoon and evening, wind chill temperatures still dangerously low, mostly in the teens and 20s. Here's your Sunday forecast. overcast, so cloudy through at least 7, 8 o'clock this morning, and then it's going to gradually clear out as we go through the day. Partly sunny at noon, mostly sunny this afternoon. Forecast high temperature not too far off from the freezing mark. I believe we'll make it, though, above freezing. We'll be up to 35. The eastern zone, just some patchy, lingering sleet, freezing rain, at least for the next hour. Otherwise cloudy through the next couple of hours, and then becoming partly sunny. Hill country and the western zone, mostly sunny. In the hill country, keep in mind, temperatures there will stay below freezing all day. So it will likely just get into the 20s around Kerrville, and that's where we're still seeing quite a bit of ice. In terms of ice accumulations officially at the airport here in San Antonio, since 3 o'clock this morning, 0.14 inches. That's over 1/10 of an inch of ice, and we're seeing higher amounts in portions of the hill country, including our western zone over towards Medina County, closer to Hondo. We'll continue to keep an eye on the forecast. We'll check out road conditions. Right now, sending it over to David and Marisa.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, San Antonio. We're going to take you out to TransGuide in just a moment. I'm David Chancellor. It is Sunday, January 25th. Breaking news coverage throughout the morning right here. Keep it on for all morning long for the very latest in the weather conditions, which have gone from bad to somewhat still bad.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Marisa Mendoza. We are bringing you special coverage this morning because of the icy conditions that we're experiencing right now. Let's look at TransGuide cameras. 410 at Somerset. It's cold outside and the roads are icy, so be careful. Let's head over to David Mendoza, who is in road cam, and see what he is experiencing right now on the roads. Do we have David?
There he is. And you can see the ice on his windshields, or his windshield wipers. David, where are you and what are the conditions you're seeing right now out there?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, the conditions are not good right now. I'm at 281 South, headed into the downtown area right at St. Mary's. I've passed over a number of frozen over overpasses. You want to take it slow out here if you need to travel. Currently, this overpass I'm on right now is frozen over. I can feel a slight loss in traction, going about 30 miles an hour now and not hitting my brakes. TxDOT is currently discouraging travel. I'm discouraging travel. Stay off the roads if you have the option to stay off the roads. Really, I wouldn't be out here driving in these conditions unless I needed to report this right now. So just stay safe, stay inside if you can. I'm hearing of a number of problems in the downtown area. That's where I'm headed to right now. I will keep you updated with what I see. Back to you.
Before you go, a couple of questions here. Marisa and I were talking earlier about some of the conditions that we experienced driving in. Have you seen there's we're not sure if it's ice or that brine substance that's then been mixed with some water, and now that's formed the ice. Have you seen patches of that on the highways where you've driven this morning?
So on the side streets, I've seen some pooling of water. I can't certifiably say if that's brine or not. It could be busted pipes. It could be someone left a hose on. I'm not sure. But the side roads are definitely more hazardous than the highways right now. You know, some of the parts of the highways do look good. It's really, the focus should be on these overpasses. I've seen some closed down overpasses. Yeah. They're totally frozen over right now. So just be aware and alert if you need to make it onto the road.
And here's the thing. As you're driving, David, you can see how shiny the streets are. Some of that is from the rain we've been getting, the little precipitation. Some of that is actual black ice that Jeanette's been talking about. So that's why the roads are very treacherous. That's why people should stay home if they can. So I've never seen the roads this shiny. I was scared driving to work this morning.
Yeah, you got to be careful out here. Really dangerous stuff. Just go slow. Don't hit your brake too often, and be alert and aware, especially on these overpasses right here. I'll continue downtown. I'll let you know what this looks like here momentarily.
All right, that's David Mendoza in road cam. We'll be checking back in throughout the morning with him. You can see just how slowly he is going, and this is the point to really hammer home is you will drive through puddles and you'll think, well, there's no big deal. There's no ice. It's done. We're good. and then you'll come across a little patch where you'll think it's a puddle because, as Maurice's saying, it's shiny, and then all of a sudden, and this is that stuff that we're talking about, and this is the treatment here.
Yes.
And there's a mixture of that, and there's underneath, the cars tend to skid from time to time. So you just really have to slow down and drive as slowly as you see David driving here. Just getting into your car is also an adventure, so give yourself some time if you're going to do that. But ultimately, bottom line is if you can stay home for the next several hours, please do so.
And you want to remind folks, too, today is Sunday. So a lot of folks go to church. It's a day of obligation for Catholics. It's not. The Archbishop, the Archdiocese has said and announced that today, if you feel that you want to stay home because of the weather, they say please do. You can catch Mass on some YouTube pages of a lot of the Catholic churches here, but stay home. Really just stay home. It is okay when weather conditions like this are bad. It is not a day of obligation for Catholics.
It's a real good view of what it's like out there right now. That stuff you see on the road, that is all over the highway, certainly on 410 on my road, my drive into the TV station this morning. And then you'll come across some parts that look absolutely normal and shiny, and it just looks like a normal wet road. So once again, be safe. I probably drove about 40, 45 miles an hour on 410. I haven't driven that slow since 2021 on that highway. So if you are leaving in the next hour or so, that is the kind of morning that you are going to be. And again, we are hoping that David and all of our crews out are very safe as they try to bring you the very latest video and pictures.
And that's a good point. 2021 was the freeze that happened. So
that's looming on everyone's mind, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what this whole thing is about.
Hopefully it doesn't last that long. It's not going to last that long. But that's the thing. People who have to go to work, maybe at the hospital, police stations, that kind of thing, just take it easy. Let them get to where they need to be safely, and then if you don't need to go home or go to work, just stay home.
All right, guys, we'll leave David's shot here, and we'll check back in just a few moments with David Mendoza. But now we've got some video from some accidents that have happened throughout San Antonio the last 24 hours or so.
Time now is 6:10. Several people are in the hospital this morning after at least 20 cars were part of a multi-vehicle crash along I-10 on Saturday. It happened in Kimball County near Junction. The interstate is still closed there this morning. Kimball emergency operations say that many of the cars caught on fire. So far, no word on an exact cause or the severity of the injuries.
There's also a major crash that shut down I-10 at 1604 yesterday. This is video sent to us by a witness. You can see an 18-wheeler that is jackknifed, and then there's that car that is wedged underneath. So the 18-wheeler's that orange vehicle, and then that white car just shoved underneath it. The person who took the video also said they slipped getting out of their car moments before, and that's real key. Wherever you're headed this morning, if you are, certainly if you got a big truck, those board runners, those have been iced over. Everything in your car, just trying to get in. The roads can be very slick. The streets can be slick. Sidewalks can be slick. So all the pavement, all that. So just be on the lookout for that as well if you are going to leave your home.
San Antonio police are on the scene of a crash along I-10 near FM 1516. The crash appeared to involve a big rig that had jackknifed. Now, we don't know if anyone was hurt, but traffic was backed up probably a lot. We'll update you as we learn more information, and obviously the weather played a role in this.
And another viewer sent us some crazy video of a crash that took out a town. Massive sign here along 35 in New Braunfels. This was all over social media yesterday. That truck veered off the highway, took out that traffic sign, and then obviously shut down the highway for a long time. The driver continues to veer right. They hit that sign head on 35 in North New Braunfels. That crash shut down the highway for hours. It did not reopen until about 5 o'clock yesterday. It's unclear if the driver was intoxicated. This had nothing to do with the weather, obviously. We reached out to the driver to check on the driver's condition, but we've not heard back. All right, I want to go back to just the overall traffic scene here. And you can see there are a lot of issues along the maps. Certainly, those red dots are accidents or incidents that have shut down. A lot of this along I-10 going westbound there. Joy Bergen is in our control room. And Joy, do you have any information on what we're seeing with some of those highways? All right, so I-10 westbound at Bernie Stage Road is closed. So that's just north of town. I-10 going west out near Bernie Stage Road shut down. A lot of folks obviously in our viewing area, in the Bernie area, Kerrville as well. And that is something to keep in mind. We are having some power issues as we go through this morning, so probably like you. In fact, Emma Allen is on this right now, and want to go to Emma and find out some more information. Emma, the last time I checked, about 10,000 people in our viewing area, or at least in Bexar County, were without power. What's the latest on that?
Yes, good morning, David, Marisa. You would be correct. There are around 10,000 people without power right now. It's impacting a lot of people, which is why we want to talk about this. We are moments away from getting out on the roads to give you those road conditions, but this is a priority right now because power is 10,000 people are without power, a lot of them coming from the northwest side. Here is that map that we can show you right now. A lot of them heading up towards Bernie. Now the cold temperatures are making the power lines freeze over. That water, that freezing rain on those power lines freeze, which is weighing down those power lines, and of course that leads to a lot of power outages. Power keeps flickering here at the station. Our generator kicks on. My power at home was flickering. I know a few other people were having power issues as well. And also ERCOT is monitoring weather conditions closely, and they say they'll deploy all available tools to manage the grid to make sure people have power. So if you lose power for a little bit, don't worry. Crews will be out there working. I saw some crews driving in, CPS crews out there, and we also saw some work convoys. I was stuck behind one this morning, but that is a good thing. These crews are out there working hard for us this morning while these cold temperatures and this freezing rain and this precipitation we're getting is still happening. I think the power outages just went down to a little under 9,000, so that shows you right there how fast crews are working to get these power outages fixed. So hopefully you do not have, you won't be losing power for long. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Emma, thank you so much. Let's head back to Jeanette. The roads were patchy, ice in patches, wet. Definitely black ice that you were talking about.
And it's hard to say exactly where those ice patches are, you know, and you might think like, hey, this is good. You may want to be tempted to speed up, but then you come across an area of ice. That's why we're telling folks, you know, just stay home. Because
that was me.
It's
that
very
literally
hard.
was
yeah,
me.
Yeah, we're driving
I was
in.
like, this is fine. This is no big deal. And then I, was going 45, and then I decided to go a little faster. So I'm like, I'm late. I need to get. And soon enough, so you really do need to keep an eye on things.
And that was the biggest, takeaway was that we were actually the information that we were trying to drive home yesterday. Even though this isn't going to be like the Arctic blast of 2021, just a little bit of ice here and there causes a lot of issues. So we were telling folks just to stay home, hunker down. The good news is that the precipitation is coming to an end, but now we're dealing with dangerous wind chill temperatures.
Well, and that's the thing that's, I think, worse than snow is the ice.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
you can't see it.
Absolutely.
And people get a little bit overconfident when they're on the roads, and especially here where we're not used to driving in it and we aren't necessarily set up infrastructure-wise.
Well, that and the 10,000 people without power right now. So the ice is accumulated on a lot of the trees. The trees then fall. They take out the power lines. These guys, I saw a couple of crews on my way in that were working like crazy. But again, whether it's 30 minutes, an hour, or 3 hours, it's what, 29 degrees, feels like about 15 out there?
Exactly.
I mean, you don't want to sit.
That alone is dangerous.
You do not want to sit in your house for 3 hours without power.
Exactly. And actually at one point there were some thunderstorms, I would say after midnight, that actually hit the north side of San Antonio and up into the hill country, and that most likely took out power in those areas as well. So let's go to the maps. Again, the precipitation sort of winding down. We're now just left with a very cold temperature, so anything that's wet could freeze over. Yeah, just stay home at least for the next a few hours. Here's a live look outside. Our cameras across the 4 zones showing you. I want to point out Gonzales. There's that tree in the distance there, and the light over the tree. Most likely that is frozen over. The tree there glistening given the ice and the light over that tree. Here in San Antonio downtown, of course, it looks pretty, but it's 25 degrees. Feels a lot colder with the wind, and you'll just have to watch for patches of ice in the western zone in Uvalde, it looks like cars are moving downtown, but notice there are lots of puddles there on the side. Most likely there's a thin layer of ice over those puddles. Same story for Kerrville. You can see some of those puddles there in downtown Kerrville. Live power Doppler radar, here it is. The precipitation moving off towards the east, patchy sleet, freezing rain in our far eastern zone counties. That's going to continue to move off towards the east. You can see these thunderstorms that are moving towards the coast. That's just south of Houston, heading towards Galveston. That is what we had across our area just a few hours ago. The upper level disturbance that brought in all of the moisture with this, that's just to our north, and that's going to continue to drift off towards the east. The winter weather, also the snow, the heavy ice, that too is winding down across northern Texas. I want to show you this satellite and radar loop. I've had it for the past 12 hours. We started to see a larger batch of moisture develop out west between 7 and 8 o'clock last evening, and then that slowly drifted off towards the east. That moisture on top of the Arctic air that continued to filter south is what helped to produce a good area of sleet, freezing rain, and again at one point with temperatures that climbed near freezing for a couple of hours. We actually saw thunderstorms move across the northern part of our viewing area. Temperatures since 4 o'clock in the morning have been dropping quickly. These are the actual temperatures. It is in the 20s, below freezing. Freezing temperatures 32, 25 right now in town, 23 in New Braunfels, teens in Rock Springs, even down across our southern and eastern areas. It's in the upper 20s. Wind gusts, thankfully not quite as strong as yesterday, at least here in San Antonio, but some outlying spots, gusts close to 30 miles an hour, 23 in Del Rio, closer to the coast, 25. Wind chill temperatures. This is how much cold it feels like with the north breeze. Feels like it's 14 in town, 8 in New Braunfels and Bernie. 1 degree is what it feels like in Rock Springs. Let's take a look at the future radar. Notice that by 8, 9, 10 o'clock this morning, it is starting to clear out. This afternoon, it is going to be mostly sunny. The dry air moving in along with the sunshine will help to melt any leftover ice. Then the concern comes for more areas kind of freezing over. The areas, the spots that did not dry out during the day. Once the sun goes down after 6 o'clock this evening, we'll have to watch for maybe those spots freezing over. We're going to be back into a deep freeze tonight into tomorrow morning. We'll have sunshine tomorrow, but it's going to be bitterly cold in the morning. And then by the afternoon, temperatures climb above freezing. Windy chill temperatures by 9 o'clock this morning, still dangerously cold. Wind chills in the single digits from the north side of San Antonio to the hill country, perhaps below 0 in Rock Springs, teens and low 20s across the south. So if you do have to go out later this morning, later today, dress in layers. The wind, while not quite as strong as yesterday, there still will be a noticeable breeze from the north, and that's going to make it feel even colder. So no additional precipitation expected today. We'll have clouds here at least until 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Then it clears out. At noon, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds. This afternoon, mostly sunny. Forecast high just a little above freezing. We'll make it to the mid-30s. The eastern zone will become partly sunny, 34. The hill country heads up. Many spots there will stay below freezing throughout the day, throughout the night, including tomorrow morning. Won't get above freezing until tomorrow in the afternoon. Western zone will see high temperatures climbing to the mid and upper 30s. I do have a weather alert day still through Tuesday morning, and that is because temperatures will still be below freezing Monday night into Tuesday morning. Tomorrow afternoon we'll get up to 38. By the way, that forecast low of 18 would break the record low for the day, which I believe is 20. 18 Tuesday morning, 48 in the afternoon. We gradually thaw out as we go through the week. 30 Wednesday morning, which is still below freezing. 56 in the afternoon. Thursday, we're mostly cloudy, 59. There will be another front that comes in by the end of the week into the weekend. That'll likely bring us rain on Friday. We'll have to wait and see how strong it is and if it's going to bring in much colder air. As of right now, we have it at freezing Saturday morning, but in the afternoon, we're at 46, slight rain chance. And some computer models are indicating that the hill country could actually see a mix of rain and snow on Friday. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Western zone tomorrow 44 after a very cold morning. Hill country 10 tomorrow morning in Kerrville, 13 Tuesday morning. Eastern zone pretty dry today through much of the week coming up with rain moving in by Friday. So be extra careful out there. We'll have another weather update coming up in a little bit. Roads still pretty icy, and after sunrise we'll see if the conditions on the roads will improve, but of course we'll be checking in with David Mendoza momentarily.
Okay, Jeanette, thank you. By the way, Jeanette's been great all weekend long. She's been here. I think the saving grace has been the fact that you pointed out earlier, it's Sunday. It's Sunday morning, and you know, most folks are staying at home. There's church or maybe a school kid activity, something along those lines. But nobody's trying to get to work, and I bring that up because we're going to check in with the flight status at the San Antonio International Airport. If this is a Monday, this is a business work day, you got a lot of folks, a lot of guys and gals trying to get out and get somewhere to get work done. That is not the case today, but there are flights that are being affected here. So if we can go to the flight status page, dozens of flights in San Antonio have been canceled, among thousands really around the country that have been canceled. We're talking about San Antonio to Dallas, Phoenix, Chicago, Atlanta. All those cities have been impacted. You can see some are on time, some are delayed as we're going through all of this. Many of the flights have been with American Airlines, but also Delta, Spirit, and Volaris. The bottom line on all of this, you should absolutely check with your airline if you are scheduled to fly out sometime today. It looks like anything to Dallas, and this is not a blanket statement, but it looks like anything to Dallas or Atlanta is canceled for now.
Yeah, so just keep an eye on that. If you are headed to the airport, I would probably check your app, right? Your United, Delta, whatever app, because they have been sending out travel advisories since Friday. So just be on the lookout for that. Several schools also have announced that they'll be closing Monday. News 4 has received word from roughly 30 schools and districts about their closures. Those include the Northeast, Northside, San Antonio, and Judson ISDs, among dozens of others. Be sure to check out our website for a full list of those closures. We'll, of course, update them as districts email us and let us know that they have called no school for tomorrow.
Several other events in San Antonio also canceled for the weekend. Monster Jam, a motorsport tour that was scheduled to happen in the Alamo Dome, that was canceled. It's been rescheduled now for late March 28th and 29th. Be sure to check out our website again for the very latest closures. There also should be at the bottom of our page on our what we call our ticker. So be on the lookout for that as well as we make our way through the morning here.
Tonight, the city of San Antonio has activated several, or this morning, City of San Antonio activated several cold weather services. But first, let's check in with David Mendoza. He is in road cam. Good morning, David. Where are you and what are you experiencing on the roads right now?
Hey, Marisa, I'm not sure if you guys just witnessed that maybe about 5 minutes ago on 35 North, just above 90 in the downtown area. Multiple vehicles were spinning out on the highway, crashing into the median. I saw about 3. I was almost clipped by an 18-wheeler that was going way too fast for these conditions. Currently, right now, very icy conditions in the downtown area. A lot of iced over overpasses. Very limited traction control when you pass over these overpasses. I've been consistently going about 20 to 25 miles an hour all throughout the city. I haven't really had any problems myself due to my speed, but surprisingly, there are a number of drivers out on the roadways right now, some going a lot faster than I'd like to see, and some crashing out because they're going a little too fast. We have SAPD out here probably heading to that accident that I just witnessed. All of our overpasses, that's the point I want to drive home, is that our overpasses are iced over right now. Don't overestimate your abilities. If you don't have to drive, stay off of the roadways. It is 100% dangerous out here, and it's not going to get better until that sun comes out and things start melting away. Right now, extremely dangerous on the roads. If you need to travel, just be alert and aware. Go slow, don't ride your brake. and pay attention to the drivers around you. I find myself driving out here not really concerned with my driving ability, but the driving ability of others, always trying to keep my distance from others out on the roadways and go as slow as possible. I'll continue throughout the city. I'll let you know what else I see. Back to you for the moment.
Hey, David, you're aware folks are just waking up, they're tuning in, so I'm going to get you to recap kind of where that accident was. But more, the first thing I want to ask you is, so you're going upper level, or you're lower level right now of 35. This is the upper level above you. We can see over the ramps, overpasses, the flyovers. What have you seen so far that is open and closed?
I think the flyover right here, 35 northbound, might be closed off. I saw an arrow flashing. It might have been 10 east as well. I would say the Y right now is definitely a mess. Anything that's suspended off the ground is frozen over. They might treat it, but it's still going to freeze over. I haven't seen any overpass that hasn't been froze over. I should more likely say that I haven't seen any overpass that is not frozen over right now. Some overpasses are closed. The one that I saw closed was 281 in Tacoma, has a barrier up. Don't try to get past it. Pretty much any raised surface right now is currently frozen over. Just exercise caution. David?
No, that's a really good point. I was telling David this morning, my drive into work, I avoided the 281 410 overpass.
By the airport.
By the airport,
Yeah.
because it is elevated. I assumed it was going to be icy. So I just took San Pedro all the way to 410. And that's what people should do. If you need to get somewhere place, go the local route. Try to avoid any type of highway, elevated overpass, anything like that.
Well, the bottom, nothing's open. There's no reason to leave your home right now. There's maybe a few gas stations here and there, but none of the fast food places are open. I believe my contact at HEB said they're planning, at least last night, they were planning on opening at 9 a.m. today.
Yeah.
So HEB's not open. So hopefully you have enough to get you through the morning. We want to go live to Joe DiCarlo, and that is where it is extremely cold. Joe, did I see earlier? It feels like zero. Is that it? Is that the wind chill right now up in Kerrville?
It definitely feels like it, David. I could vouch for that. It feels like it's zero or below zero. We had the winds really rocking through right now, blowing out of the north, gusting over 20 miles an hour, and a few snowflakes actually falling, but most of the precip, like Jeanette mentioned, has now pushed off to the east. Take a look, though, behind me. It's been sleeting through much of the night, and the parking lot here, and same thing with the road, or right along Highway 16, it's the complete ice rink out there. Take a look at this. You could walk here, and I'm not making any footprints. I go down here. Last night, when I moved my hand, I was able to get some of that ice to come up. Right now, this is just the solid sheet. It's not moving at all. So this is very, very slippery right now here in the parking lot, and this is what it looks like on the road as well. So that's your fair warning. Do not go on the road. If you don't have to go anywhere this morning, don't do it, because it's just a sheet of ice on the parking lots and also on the roads. Now, once we get the sun to come out in a few hours, this is mainly going to melt on the roads, and travel will start to improve big time by the time we get towards the lunch hour. But right now, the best thing to do is just stay inside. Don't go outside. It's freezing. Again, like you mentioned, wind chills near zero here in Kerrville, and it's not going to really warm up for the next few hours. Thankfully, we get a little bit above freezing this afternoon, but that wind just cuts through you like a knife. My face is probably all red as well from just getting hit with the wind. Thankfully, again, the precipitation is not falling from the sky, but what has fallen last night is still on the ground, and it's not melting until we get that sun out. So we still got about an hour until sunrise. It's just going to be a sheet of ice, and it's very slippery as you walk around outside as well. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Joe, you and I are both from Illinois, and I have never seen ice as what you've just shown us, where it is literally an ice rink. That is crazy and dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, we're used to the snow, and you could walk through the snow, and you have the your footprints, and you can play, and it's fluffy. This is not fluffy. This is just a sheet of ice. So the sleet that fell last night, it just froze overnight, and then the wind blows, it kind of smooths it out, and now it's just frozen solid. It's not moving at all. So you could try to kick it as much as you can, try to get down there with your hands, but it's not budging. It's just solid ice.
So trying to look for some positives here, and that, you know, the driving conditions are impossible. That is a stay at home all day until that goes away. But I was looking, and Joe, I want you to verify this for me. Tell me what you're seeing. But I was looking at the Kerrville Public Utility. They call it KPUB. Anyway, they're only reporting right now one power outage that is affecting one customer. So if that is indeed true, that is incredibly good news for an area where right now the temperature feels like 0. So you got some folks at least that are able to stay inside and be warm, because otherwise, if that ice took out a bunch of power lines and you had 10, 20, 30,000 people without power right now, that would be a horrible situation.
Oh, absolutely.
That's Joe.
Yeah,
is that what you're
believe
seeing?
The one. Yeah, we're looking around. Our hotel, everything's got lights. Down Highway 16, all the buildings look like they have power. So that's good news there. Now, last night we mainly saw sleet here in Kerrville. So when you see sleet compared to freezing rain is when rains and then it just turns to ice, and that accretes on the trees, the power lines, and that causes more power damage. When you get sleet, it's not quite snow, but it's just that sheet of ice that's falling, and you don't really, it's not as much on the trees and the power lines. So that's the good news of getting sleet compared to freezing rain, and that's what we're seeing here in Kerrville. Like you mentioned, only one customer without power. Hate to be that one.
For sure. Well, we
froze.
Had some, not literally, but
Great point, though, that he just
fantastic.
mentioned. Yes, because sleet, remember, they're ice pellets, so they bounce off of, surfaces. However, it does accumulate, it gathers on the ground. So from the distance, it does look like it's inches of snow, but I would say that's about 1/2 inch to 1 inch of sleet, ice
crazy.
pack there in Kerrville and in the hill country.
Well, and keep in mind, right, the sun is about to come up. Is it going to come out and melt some of the stuff away?
Yes,
okay.
as Joe mentioned, so yes, the sun will come out. In fact, as early as 9 o'clock this morning, we'll see a good amount of sun across the area. Although much of the hill country will stay below freezing, the sun will help to melt some of that ice.
Good.
But then, once the sun goes down,
Yeah.
what happens? That's going to freeze over once again. So
closer here to San Antonio, that will be accelerated because there's not that amount of ice, right? I mean, any sort of ice that's on the road right now will melt here in the next hour and a half.
Well, once the sun comes up after 7:30 this morning, plus once temperatures get above freezing later in the day, we're going to see enough time where any ice will definitely melt. However, as I mentioned earlier, even here in San Antonio and outlying areas, temperatures are going to be well below freezing tonight. In fact, as soon as the sun goes down, so we'll have to deal with black ice in parts of the area tonight into tomorrow morning. Here's what to expect as we move forward through this Sunday. So the precipitation, that is ending. Still some patchy stuff over the far eastern zone counties, but the bulk of it now moving away from Texas. For the rest of the day, we'll see gradual clearing. We're seeing cloudiness right now, but in the next couple of hours, we'll see the clouds breaking. Still icy in spots, so watch for that. Again, patches of black ice. David Mendoza and Road Cam has been mentioning the icy conditions on the roads. It's one thing for me to tell you about it, but great to see from someone who's on the road so you can actually see those conditions. Just stay home, folks. Stay home. Even if you think that you're driving fine, another car could come and hit you, and that's unexpected. So just stay home, stay off the roads, at least until 9 o'clock this morning. Wind chill temperatures, they're going to stay pretty dangerous all day. We have this Arctic air mass in place, plus there's still a noticeable wind from the north, and that's making it feel even colder. We're not used to this type of cold. There goes the last bit of freezing rain, sleet moving away from the eastern zone. We're looking at dry skies across the rest of the area. No additional precipitation falling from the sky. East along I-10 towards Houston, you can see the purple and pink, that's sleet, mixing with perhaps some patchy freezing rain. Closer to the coast, near Galveston, showers and even some spotty thunderstorms. Up across northeast Texas, north of Houston, there's quite a bit of ice, and that's drifting farther east into Louisiana. In terms of any lingering light snow, just some scattered snow showers right now around San Angelo and near Abilene. Here's a 12-hour satellite and radar loop. Notice how all of that moisture, that final batch of moisture, started to move in from the west last evening and then just continued to spread east across the rest of the area through the night. We saw mostly freezing rain. Here, as Joe mentioned, sleet in the hill country with patches of freezing rain mixing in. But at one point between about 2:30 in the morning, as temperatures did rise back to freezing or a little above, there were some thunderstorms that rolled through San Antonio, and that most likely created or caused some power outages on the north side of San Antonio and perhaps even into western Bexar County. Take a look at this map. That's where all of the snow, the ice and rain is this morning. That's moving away from Texas towards the northeast. Very heavy snow right now blanketing the Ohio Valley, the northeast. That's ice in the Tennessee Valley, rain farther south into Alabama and northern Georgia. Here in Texas, here's a bit of snow. There's a short wave, a little upper level disturbance that is working its way towards New Mexico. That's dropping snow there. Rain in El Paso. That's not going to make it this far south. In fact, that's just going to clip North Texas. That'll stay well north of our area. Temperatures, here you go, below freezing, below 32 all across the region. 23 in town right now, 20 in Boerne, 23 in New Braunfels. It's in the teens in Rock Springs and Kerrville. Low to mid 20s in Uvalde. Over towards Cuero, it is 29. Gusty winds, well, 30 miles an hour now at the airport. 28 in New Braunfels, 30 in Rock Springs. And the gusty winds definitely making it feel extremely cold. This is how cold it feels like with the wind. It feels like it's in the single digits from Boerne to New Braunfels. 10 in San Antonio. Single digit wind chills as well on the far north side of San Antonio. Now the wind chill temperatures will stay in the single digits to low teens through much of the morning. Let's take you through the rest of the day. Again, no additional precipitation expected as we move through the day. By 9 o'clock this morning, much of the area will see mostly sunny skies, and it looks to stay mostly sunny through the afternoon. Once the sun goes down, we'll have clear skies, plus we have that very cold air in place, and we're going to have to deal with more ice tonight through Monday morning. Makes sense why some schools are closed tomorrow, given the extreme cold and the concern still for black ice. Wind chill temperatures by 10 o'clock this morning, single digits in the hill country, low teens here, upper teens to low 20s for the rest of the area. By this afternoon, although temperatures in many spots will be above freezing, it's still going to feel at least 10 degrees colder than the actual temperature with that north breeze. Sunday forecast, cloudy skies for the next hour or two. At noon, we're looking at partly to mostly sunny skies. This afternoon, more sunshine. Forecast high temperature above freezing, 35. The eastern zone, partly to mostly sunny today, 34. Hill country most likely stays below freezing throughout the day, but at least the sun will be out. Mostly sunny in the western zone with a high closer to 36. So weather alert day today because of the cold and the concern for patches of ice still. Now for tomorrow and Tuesday, I have weather alerts because of the dangerous cold in the mornings. With the clear skies, we get more efficient radiational cooling, so it's even colder. Temperatures will likely be in the teens. But in the afternoon hours, 38 tomorrow, 48 Tuesday. Wednesday, we're sunny. We're above freezing, 50s. Thursday, increasing clouds out ahead of another cold front, which comes in on Friday. That should bring us some rain showers. That one does not look as bad as this Arctic cold front that came through this weekend. But if that changes, we will let you know. Here's the extended forecast for the other three zones. Hill country tomorrow, 10 in the morning, 34 in the afternoon. Teens still Tuesday morning. Eastern zone, well, it looks like temperatures there will stay below freezing at night and in the early mornings, at least to the middle of the week, perhaps even into Thursday morning. Rain by the end of the week going into the weekend there.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. I want to take a beat here, kind of recap the morning. By the way, I'm David Chancellor. That is Marisa Mendoza. You are watching breaking news special coverage of the Arctic blast here in not only San Antonio, but South Texas, obviously. Yep. A lot of ice in Kerrville.
A lot of ice.
That is the issue. One power outage right now that's being reported there, so that's good news. Not the case here in San Antonio. We're going to get to that. The biggest thing of note that has jumped out to me is the accident that David reported, 35 in the downtown area.
Yeah, very dangerous because people are probably driving overconfidently.
Yeah.
And
yes.
David has been driving about 20, 25 miles per hour, he says, and these cars are probably maybe 40, 50.
Yeah.
And it's too fast for those elevated overpasses and freeways.
Overconfidence. That's the word of the morning to kind of avoid, and stay home if you can. As we've said all morning, there's not a lot open right now. HEB doesn't open until 9 a.m., so there's no place really for you to go. The roads are, some of it's fine, some of it's not. And the problem is you drive long enough and you'll see both. And if you do get overconfident in some spots, then that's going to lead to an accident like we've seen at 35. My friend Bobby Contreras, who is the pastor at Alamo Heights Baptist Church, texted me a while ago and he said, hey man, just tell everybody to stay at home. They can watch church online.
Yeah,
right? So
watch church online.
if you are trying to go to church this morning, probably check with your church. My guess is they're going to offer something online. Other than that, just hang out with us as long as you can, pour a cup of coffee, and just try to stay warm.
Stay warm, stay safe. Sunday is typically a day of obligation for Catholics. Today is not a day of obligation because of the severity of the weather. It's too dangerous. I did want to pass along on Boerne Police Department had just posted on their Facebook 2 minutes ago that they're monitoring the weather, of course, and right now there are no road closures in Boerne. However, they want to point out that there are multiple bridges with ice on it. So please be safe and avoid any unnecessary travel. So that is from the Boerne Police Department. Again, no road closures up there, but a lot of bridges, like here, have a lot of ice on it.
The only road closures we're seeing in Bexar County, at least according to Bear Flood, is Maltzberger and Oak Glen. And all of that is, excuse me, just north of town, one near the airport. So that does not seem to be an issue right now, but that's something obviously that we are monitoring. I want to go to Emma Allen. She is in the Content Center with more information. Has been following kind of all of the old. What are you on right now? What are you looking at?
Well, David, Marisa, first you mentioned people being overconfident driving. I was not one of those people. I was gripping onto my steering wheel driving like 20 miles per hour on the way here. Those roads are definitely a little sketchy in some parts, so if you plan on getting out, definitely keep that in mind. I'm talking about the number of outages right now as that's impacting a lot. Our viewing area, around 12,000 people were without power, now around 8,800 people. So those numbers keep fluctuating. I know earlier this morning there were around 14,000 people that were without power. And again, those numbers are still hanging out in the northwest, the north part of our area as you head up to Boerne. So we'll continue to watch that for you. But another thing that I wanted to mention is CPS has said if you do lose power and your house starts getting warm, to not use a generator or a camp stove, charcoal grill, gasoline heater, or propane heater indoors, as that could be a major fire hazard and as well as a carbon monoxide hazard. And they do say be careful when you're getting out with those down power lines. That ice is making those power lines sink a little bit and some of them could fall. So definitely keep that in mind and treat them as if they are a live wire. Even if you don't have power, they just say it's better to be safe than sorry. Back to you, Marisa, David.
All right, Emma, thank you. So as we watch those power outages fluctuate, that's something to keep in mind. And this is obviously, this is the story. David Mendoza right in road cam. Where are you, David? And do you have any information on that accident along 35 in the downtown area?
Hey guys, yeah, right now I'm on 35 in the northeast at the 410 exit, passing another accident right now where a brine truck was actually helping out to block that roadway so no further people crash into that vehicle. As far as that other accident I witnessed earlier, I mean, it's a perfect example of our icy conditions on our roadways right now. That was an elevated area. The road was iced over. People were going entirely too fast, maybe about 45, 50 miles an hour. I saw two vehicles crash out An 18-wheeler sort of lost some traction on their back end, almost clipping me. And as I passed that area, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw another vehicle hit that median there. So a lot of people crashing into medians right now, losing control of their vehicles because of the icy conditions on the roadways. Travel is highly discouraged. Surprisingly, though, I've been seeing a number of people on our roadways going, maybe in my opinion, a little bit too fast. You want to lower your speed just a little bit. I've been consistently going about 35 miles an hour throughout the city, regardless of where I am. I have not given my full trust to any roadway, regardless of how good it looks on the road right now. You could be traveling just fine, and next thing you know, you hit an iced over patch. Currently, I'm over an elevated area. It's iced over. There are patches of ice on this roadway creating very hazardous conditions. This is definitely the top story of the morning because our roads are so dangerous right now. It's bitterly cold and the roads are very iced over. Just if you need to travel right now, exercise extreme caution, go slow, don't ride your brake. It appears to be that I'm approaching another accident up here at 35 and Weidner, getting a close eye on it. It is an elevated area of roadway, so again, if you're passing over an overpass, most likely it's going to be iced over, treated or not. Exercise caution. I'll let you know what else I see out here. Back to you.
David, stay safe. You can see how shiny the streets are. That's the craziest part of all of this, is that that is not necessarily wetness from the rain or precipitation. That's ice. And there's nothing that you can really do but just let the sun come up, let that melt away a little bit. And TxDOT has been trying to do a good job putting that brine out. They've been putting it out since, I want to say, Thursday or Friday. But yeah, here we are.
I thought he had a great phrase, and I love the way he talks, but he said, I'm not putting my trust in any of the roads. And that is 100%. Because, and certainly until the sun comes up, and Jeanette said that's probably about 7:30 this morning. So until you can actually see what is on the road and what you're dealing with, certainly on the overpasses, it's just safer just to stay at home. And there aren't many cars out. So if David's saying, if he sees an accident, one every 5 minutes, the odds are not good if you're on the road. Just do the math. It's obvious that it's a bit of an issue. Whether or not TxDOT is, this isn't an issue with TxDOT. This is an issue with folks just need to stay off the roads right now.
And not familiar with driving in these conditions. No one is. No one ever is prepared to drive in ice. However, if you need to get somewhere, take the local streets and not because a lot of our freeways are elevated. All
right, so we're going to check back in with David throughout the morning as well. And Emma, obviously, Jeanette is here as well. We do want to point out the fact that it's not just here. This Arctic blast is hitting essentially all Americans throughout the country.
Tens of millions of people across more than 20 states, all impacted by one of the biggest winter storms this season. Ivan Rodriguez has the latest.
Don't go out. Stay home and make yourself safe, and safety is paramount.
A blockbuster winter storm is bringing snow, ice, and bone-chilling temperatures to much of the U.S. this weekend.
Frankly, it will be colder than any sustained period that New York has experienced in about 8 years.
States of emergency were declared in several states, and forecasters say tens of millions of people from Texas through New England will be affected.
Our city crews will be working around the clock to clear the streets and keep up with the pace of the storm.
The frigid blast is already causing travel issues. Some roadways, including Interstate 20 and I-49 in Louisiana, is closed due to weather.
If you do get stranded, make sure you're in a safe space. If you're on the interstate, get off on an exit ramp. You can get to a publicly lit parking lot to get to the destination where you are absolutely safe.
The bottom line from officials, avoid the outdoors and roadways if possible.
We panic in the South. I'm not so much a panicker. I got gas and electricity, so as long as I got gas, I'll be all right.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Teresa Campbell sent us this photo of her car. She says she was working overnight, and this is what she came out to outside after her shift. And that's what we do in the Midwest. We lift up our windshield wipers so that they don't get stuck, but now they might be stuck like that. Tracy Avito was apparently able to make a snowball. Can we show the snowball?
Oh, there we go.
Little snowball.
What is that?
It looks like a sleet ball, maybe.
This is ice that fell in her area over in Stone Oak. Oh, that's where I live.
It's a ball of sleet. If you look closely, you can see like the little granules, like the sleet pellets. So yeah.
Amethyst Cuellar sent us this video. Oh, guy's got a hoop, man. You got a hoop. You got a hoop. Uh-oh. He's got that's a glow in the dark vest. But guy's just out wanting to have a good time. And then Alma Tevalt sent us some video of a young man very excited to see the sleet come down. You can hear. I felt it. I felt it.
I felt it! I felt it!
You
it's
felt
in my
it?
hair! It's in your hair! Gosh! It's in my hair!
Yeah, nobody's more excited than that kid right there. Keep sending in those videos and photos at our Chime In page here at news4sa.com. That is San Antonio, right? In the sense of there are so many of us who seldom see it. And so we're so excited and we want to be out there. And we saw this in 21 initially when the snow fell and people were making, snow angels. And then you see the downside of it, and that's the rub, unfortunately, because there is an innocence of the winter weather that we're all craving. And then when we get it, this isn't a be careful what you wish for. This is like, look out, Mother Nature's biting back.
And something to mention is that something that I found astonishing when I moved here is that there are some places that actually don't have heating and here in San Antonio.
Right.
Like the north, there's some places there that don't have AC.
Right.
And so when it gets dangerously cold, just imagine those people that don't have heated homes and stuff like that.
And our city has a lot of our power lines still above ground. There are parts of our city that have power lines that are below and are buried, but a lot of the areas north side of San Antonio, southeast, a lot of them, and then once the trees hit those power lines with the ice, problems.
I think probably there's two things here at play. Number one, with the idea of the pipes and what we're not used to, right? So a lot of that is probably the reason for caution in so many schools closing on Monday.
Yes.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no precipitation in the air on Monday.
No.
But whatever's left over could make an issue. But more than not, they need to get in and see the infrastructure and see what's happened to some of these schools and campuses that are old. And haven't been weatherized, and so that's if you're saying, well, why is my school closed on Monday morning? And I believe all of them have closed
At this point, they
the major ones,
that's the reason why.
Well, and then keep in mind, what about the kids that have to wait at bus stops and walk to school? I mean, we have to think about them. So it makes sense that these schools have decided to shut down Monday. And I guess they're looking at the potential for maybe Tuesday, because Tuesday morning will be just as cold. And you mentioned no additional precipitation is expected. Just anything that stays wet overnight could freeze over.
Well, and here's the thing too, right? When it's cold like this, sometimes your pipes freeze. And they say a plumber can't necessarily do anything when your pipes are frozen. You just kind of got to take a blow dryer to it, they say.
Yeah, and of course the schools have plumbing too, so those plumbing issues could happen at those schools. All right, here's a look at live power Doppler radar. There goes the last bit of any precipitation. It's falling from Lavaca County to DeWitt County, the purple there indicating a little winter mix, sleet, freezing rain, maybe just some sleet pellets. At one point, a little burst of snow did show up over Goliad County, DeWitt County. That did not accumulate, but it is clearing out, and any cloud cover that we're seeing right now will clear out as well in the next hour or two. Over towards the Houston viewing area south of I-10, some spotty showers and even thunderstorms, but farther to the northwest from downtown Houston, north of I-10 where it's colder, that's a winter mix, sleet, and freezing rain. Austin is dry. Dallas, some light snow back across San Angelo, dry right now. But there is another little bit of snow that's starting to move towards west central Texas. That's moving in from New Mexico. That'll hit Lubbock, but that's not making it this far south. That will stay off towards the north. Now we're left with very cold conditions, temperatures below freezing all across our viewing area. This Arctic air mass moved in yesterday, and it's here to stay through this morning, tonight, tomorrow morning, and then again Monday night into Tuesday morning. 22 in New Braunfels. We've managed to make it down to 23 in San Antonio, closer to 20 on the north side of town, 24 in Del Rio, 27 in Eagle Pass. Over towards Cuero, it is 29 degrees. Taking you through the rest of the day, again, no additional precipitation will fall from the sky. Just watch for the patches of ice this morning. Once the sun comes up after 7:30, and the sun is out for a few hours, that's going to help to melt any of this ice. However, tonight, once the sun goes back down, then we'll have to worry about any additional ice. We'll have clear skies by midday, mostly sunny in many spots this afternoon. Clear tonight into tomorrow morning, and we'll have sunny skies throughout your Monday. Dangerous cold temperatures today. Keep in mind that the windy conditions will make it feel even colder throughout the day. May not be as windy as yesterday, but still a noticeable wind. Mostly cloudy during the 7 a.m. hour. By 9, we're partly sunny, and then it looks mostly sunny for the rest of the day. We are below freezing up until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we get above freezing as early as 3 this afternoon. Western zone, we'll see highs climbing to the mid-30s. The hill country may stay below freezing all day. Eastern zone, partly to mostly sunny, perhaps climbing to about 34, 35 across the east. Tomorrow morning, 18 degrees. That would set a new record low, current record low for tomorrow, 20 degrees. If we get to 18, that would break that record. 38 tomorrow afternoon. Tuesday morning will likely be in the upper teens to low 20s and then climbing to the upper 40s. Wednesday, not bad. We're in the 50s after a morning low of 30. Thursday will be up to near 60, increasing clouds, and clouds will be increasing yet again because another front is forecast to come in next Friday. That could produce some rain. We'll have to wait and see if that ushers in another Arctic blast. As of right now, we do have it at 32 Saturday morning. That's not too bad. Saturday afternoon, 46, and still the slight chance for showers on Saturday. Western zone, 44 tomorrow. That's after a morning low of 21. Hill country, freezing temperatures there much of this week. This upcoming week will definitely be very cold with high temperatures well below the normal. Eastern zone, you'll see rain by the end of the week. That's your forecast. Definitely stay safe out there and stay warm if you're going out today.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. So it's gotten colder since we've been on the air. 29 now down to, I think Jeanette said 23. Feels like teens. Something feels like low teens. Joe DiCarlo in Kerrville feels like 0, or probably at this point maybe a little bit below. You are looking right now at the flight tracker from San Antonio International. Dozens of flights among the thousands that have been canceled across the country. Anything to Dallas is shut down. Flights to Dallas, to Phoenix, to Chicago, Atlanta, all of those being impacted. So we're kind of looking through some of these. We're going up. Those are all have happened. So these are all in the 6 a.m. hour. Go down the other way, Joy, if you can. And just kind of get to the 7 o'clock hour. So stop if you got, yeah, there we go. So, Dallas, Southwest Airlines to Love Field, that one's canceled. There's a Salt Lake City flight from Delta also canceled. At this point, it might be easier just to figure out what exactly is on time. Somebody going to Tampa on an 8 a.m. flight this morning. That's going to be good. Tampa right now sounds really nice for somebody who is experiencing 23 degrees. The best piece of advice, and this seems obvious, but we'll reiterate, please check with your airline on, if you are flying today somewhere, check with your airline to see whether or not your flight has been canceled or delayed. Otherwise, you're just going to go and could be sitting there in the airport for a long time.
Well, and even getting to the airport may be difficult.
Certainly over the next hour and a half, for sure. Yeah.
So I wanted to pass along that City of Kerrville just posted on their Facebook. Kerrville Police Department says no city streets are shut down, but they are heavily iced over. Conditions, they say, will not get better today, so they're asking everyone to stay home if at all possible. So if you must drive and go out, you need to slow down and take extreme precaution. Visibility is not good. Lane markings on all of the streets you can't see it because of all of the ice. So again, City of Kerrville Police, they're saying stay home, do not go out if you do not need to. They say travel on I-10 is extremely difficult and should be avoided.
You see their local schools right now, as we were saying earlier, I believe all of the local districts, not only in San Antonio, but certainly the surrounding areas have canceled.
Yeah.
The best way to to make sure, though, you don't want to just skip just to skip, you can go to our website, news4sa.com. We've got a full list of all of them that have been closed. And then some of the events that have been closed as well for the weekend, the Monster Jam down at the Alamo Dome. They have canceled that as well. If you have tickets to that, that has now been pushed back to March 28th and 29th for another list of the closures. Again, news4sa.com, that's your friend. You can find out all the very latest information as well. And since we're doing station plugs, I can tell you the 4Zone weather app. I was at a volleyball tournament all day yesterday and was telling everybody, what's the weather, I'm like, go to the 4Zone weather app. That's the best way to figure out, because you can do hour by hour, great radar, basically to put you in Jeanette's little pocket.
Well, and it alerts you. It literally
does.
talks to you and says, rain is detected in your area, or whatever is detected.
Yeah, so do that as well. So those tools will help you if you're not going to be around a television throughout the afternoon and certainly into the evening hours, where it could get a little bit worse. Hopefully it gets better. Until then, David Mendoza is out in road cam. He has seen the worst of it this morning. David, by my count, what, 2-3 accidents is what you've seen so far?
Hey, David. Now, I think it's been more than that, actually. I think we're getting to 6 or 7 accidents, multi-vehicle accidents. I was just passing in the southbound lanes of 35 at Thousand Oaks, an overturned vehicle involved with 2 other vehicles. Surprisingly, no heavy wreckers out there to get these off the highways. I'm guessing because of the icy conditions right now, making it difficult to remove overturned vehicles. That was on an overpass that is completely iced over. As I've been driving up and down 35, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of police accidents, police out with accidents, excuse me. Right here at 35 and 410, another accident in the northbound lanes. I believe this is the one where a brine truck was helping out block lanes earlier before police arrived. But dangerous conditions on our roadways. I would highly suggest staying off our roads right now. I have seen a number of people out on the roads going a little faster than I'd like to see. I myself have been maintaining a speed limit of around 30-35 miles an hour, not riding my brake at all. If I hit an icy patch, just let off my gas, let my vehicle do its thing. Try to maintain steering and not make any knee-jerk reactions. But dangerous conditions out here on the roadways, that's definitely our biggest story of the morning, is being safe on these roads, not getting onto the roadways if you don't need to be. Right now, 35 in Walsham, iced over road. And that's the thing, you could be traveling at a normal speed limit and then hit an ice patch and lose control of your vehicle, crash into a median, crash into another motorist. It's not worth it to speed right now. The best thing to do is go slow if you need to be on the roadways. Right now I'm going to head over to our east side, a little south, 410, I-10 area over on the east side. I'm hearing reports of a number of accidents over there along with iced over roadways. So I'll keep you updated and let you know what it looks like on the east side momentarily. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. I think every time I see David's angle, and then we see like when we went to him initially, he was driving alongside an 18-wheeler. And I thought, no, David, move over. Being next to an 18-wheeler right now sounds like that is just something I don't want any part of. We can't say this enough, because now this is becoming a pattern, obviously, from David's reports. There are accident after accident after accident. Folks, there's nothing open. There's no unless you are going to work. You work at a hospital or a police station right now. I don't know what time HEB workers have to be in. I know they open or set to open at 9 a.m. But if you're going to want to go get a donut run or a taco run, this is not the day to do that. The roads are not good. It is, they're patchy ice in areas. And it's frustrating because we're seeing more and more of this, and we've been saying now you need to stay off the road. And as David pointed out, and he didn't say it, but I will, those police officers that are having to cover and take care of the accident, you're taking them away from other emergencies. And that doesn't need to happen. We just don't need to do that. We can stay at home for the next few hours, and then we can get out when the sun comes up and it has a chance to melt at least some of it.
Some of it. Yeah, you could see the brine that's on the freeways, which is the white stuff. You see the lines.
Yeah.
But you can also see how shiny the roads are. And that's ice.
You can see the ice over, the light over the black ice is kind of, glistening there. And the word that Emma said earlier, sketchy. The roads are sketchy because in some spots, hey, you think it's great, and then there goes a patch of black ice that you just had to
So being the guy
careful
who didn't grow up with that, like I have no idea. I don't know what I'm driving through, right? And I can hear and I can listen to all y'all, and it's like, I don't know, maybe this is the, I'm driving this morning and I'm thinking, is this the brine? Is this the ice? Is this grapple? Is this sleet? Is it snow? Like, what am I looking at? And so you're having, as a South Texan, you're having those thoughts. But then I listen to y'all talk, who've grown up with all this. Joe DiCarlo out in Kerrville with the 1 inch whatever of sleet, and I think, well, y'all are having some questions as well. So that just tells me, man, you just don't need to be on the road.
Yeah.
You don't.
And I'm going to be honest. The winter weather, especially what just came through our area, is very hard to predict, especially when it's ice, sleet, snow, rain. Kind of easy to forecast, but the ice and the mix, that's pretty difficult. But and especially when we have that in our forecast here, we just tell people just stay home, because things can get very tricky in just a matter of a minute or a few seconds.
Well, and the snow at least gives you a little bit of traction to your car.
Right.
It gives you some traction, and then you mix it with the brine. You can kind of get places slower, but the ice, you can't get anywhere. You could have a big truck, you could have what have you, and you're still going to slip and slide because it's ice.
Have we seen snow? Has any area had snow here?
It did fall in parts of the area, but it didn't accumulate.
Okay.
What accumulated was the sleet. So we saw that sleet pack in Kerrville, in that parking lot where Joe was, about 1/2 inch to 1 inch of sleet packs in portions of the hill country.
Look at how icy the roads are. That's all just very, very, that's a sheet of ice.
For the most part, it seems okay. I would say doable, but proceed with caution. If you have to go to work or something like that.
Just like David Mendoza was saying, he's not going, I think, above 25. He's been traveling between maybe 20, 25, maybe he'll do 30, I guess.
But then the issue is folks who are out there and not taking it easy.
And not taking precaution,
as
driving
David said.
overconfidently.
Yeah, he was driving very slow, and then there were cars that were passing him, and he almost got hit.
All the curves, you see these cars, it's almost like I could sit and watch this for hours. You're watching them drive. They're obviously most of them are driving slowly, but any road that has a curve to it, everybody is slowing down. You don't want to. That is a mess. We don't even know what we're looking there, but you can just tell from the flashing lights it's a mess. You don't want to slam on your brakes. I mean, that's true whether it's wet, snow, ice, all of that.
Well, and where David was over 35 near downtown, we saw that pickup truck, right? It spun out.
Yes.
Because of the icy conditions.
Yes.
So you need to be careful, especially driving over the elevated areas in our area, bridges, overpasses, all of that.
All right, Jeanette, so as we move into the 7 a.m. hour and the sun's going to come up here in the next 20 minutes or so, what is going to happen for us the rest of the morning?
Well, with the dry air that has moved in and with the sun that we'll see in the next hour, that's going to help to dry things out on the roads and also help to melt any ice. So during the day today, with the sunshine and the drier air, a lot of this ice will be melting. By the way, let's not forget about the ice buildup on cars. If your car was parked outside, it's going to take a while for it to thaw out, to defrost. Took me about 45 minutes. There was just a thick sheet of ice on my windshield, and you saw some of that ice build up on David Mendoza's road cam. The hood there was covered in ice. So that's the type of weather that you're going to have to, or the things that you're going to have to deal with if you are going to venture out sometime this morning. The precipitation has ended, and we're not expecting any additional precipitation today. In fact, it's going to gradually clear out. Plenty of clouds right now, but by 8, 9 this morning, we're going to see some sunshine, and then it does look mostly sunny for the rest of the day. Still icy in spots at least until mid-morning, and dangerous wind chill temperatures. They're going to stick around through the morning. Here's live power Doppler radar. We're not seeing any additional precipitation here. Last bit of it, well, that's moving towards East Texas. Some patchy freezing, maybe mist or areas of sleet around Lavaca County and northern DeWitt County. Houston starting to see some drier weather. That ice is moving over towards Louisiana. Showers and storms hugging the coast. That's over towards the upper Texas coast, now getting closer to coastal Louisiana. Temperatures, these are the actual temperatures. It's 23 in San Antonio at the airport, 19 in Boerne, 22 in New Braunfels. As I take you through the rest of the day, notice how the cloud cover that we're seeing in the central zone and the I-35 corridor right now, that drifts off towards the east. And then we're looking at mostly sunny skies for the rest of the day all across the 4 zones. Once the sun goes down after 6 o'clock this evening, if there's still any area that's wet, well, that's going to freeze over. It'll refreeze, and then we'll have icy spots to contend with late tonight through tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will be a sunny day, very cold once again in the morning, and then temperatures well above freezing in the afternoon. Temperatures this morning will be in the 20s till 10. At noon, about 30, 31. That's still below freezing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, about 32, 33. And then by 4 p.m., we'll make it to 34 or as high as 35. The freezing mark is 32. The hill country may stay below freezing all day. Kerrville may just climb to a high of 25, 26, maybe as high as 27. By the way, I do want to mention that in and around Bexar County, we've seen total ice accumulations ranging between 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch. In the hill country, ice accumulations there about 1/4 of an inch or more. Sleet packs of 1/2 an inch to an inch made sense why the National Weather Service issued an ice storm warning yesterday for primarily the hill country. The western zone, you'll see mostly sunny skies today, this afternoon climbing to 36, and the eastern zone high temperatures in the mid-30s. Extreme cold tonight, tomorrow morning, and then again Monday night into Tuesday morning with the clear skies and that cold air mass still in place. We'll have temperatures in the teens. 38 tomorrow afternoon, 48 Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday, we're slightly below freezing, but not terribly cold. By Wednesday afternoon, mid-50s. We're up to near 60 Thursday with increasing clouds. There is another chance for rain by the end of the week into the weekend. We'll see another cold front coming in by then, and that could produce mostly rain showers. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. It is going to be a very, very cold week, especially during the first part of the week.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. We sort of move into the 7 a.m. hour. So some good news, the sun's going to come up. It's going to hopefully dry out some of the spots. I was just peeking outside the station here. It's all hit or miss. One of the trees looks like it's got some ice coming off the leaves. Another tree looks fine. And I think that's sort of the story of the morning when it comes to the roads. There are spots where it is obvious that there is some black ice. Hopefully you'll be able to see that as the sun comes up. That will no longer be a mystery.
Right.
And then, you know, there are other areas where the roads are fine. And so folks have gotten overconfident many times and had some issues driving. We've seen a number of accidents already this morning on the major highways here throughout San Antonio.
And it's bad here, but it's also very bad up in Kerrville, where we find our Joe DiCarlo. Joe, show us again, good morning to you, that ice. Just ice. You can't even rub the snow, or I call it snow, but you can't even rub it off. It's just an ice rink where it seems like he is.
Hey, Marisa. Hey, David. Yeah, it's a complete ice rink, especially on the road. Take a look. We're right along State Highway 16 behind me, and it is just a sheet of ice. And good news is there's nobody on this road right now. We've seen a few cars here and there. We actually have one about to drive past, and that's, you know, the best thing to do is just stay off the roads this morning. But you just see it's an ice rink. It looks like snow, but we know it's just from that sleet that we saw overnight. And then take a look at this. We're in the grass right now. It's just ice. And as you step on this grass, it's just like you're moving from sheet to sheet of ice. It's incredible. It's just a good solid block here. Let me try to take, if I can, take a little bit of this sheet of ice. It's stuck to the grass a little bit, but this is a good half inch or so, half inch, 3/4 of an inch of ice, and that's just all over the grass, and that's what's on the roads as well. So like Jeanette mentioned, we're going to stay below freezing through the day today here in Kerrville, so that means the roads here in the hill country are going to stay icy a little bit longer than, say, down in San Antonio, where we get a little bit above freezing. Now the sun's going to help us out. Once we get the sun out, we may be able to melt a little bit on the roadways, but at least for the next few hours, travel is just not recommended. We also had the bitterly cold temperatures the wind hitting us in the face, a few flurries flying around as well. But it feels like it's in the single digits or around 0 degrees. So bitterly cold temperatures, the ice on the grass, the parking lot, the sidewalk, the street behind me. It is just a complete sheet of ice from the sleet that we saw last night, and also a little freezing rain. We had a little bit of everything. It started to rain, and then it turned to freezing rain, sleet. Now we're getting a few snowflakes to finish off this winter storm. David, Marisa?
Joe, I love the, oh no, I wanted to talk to Joe. Okay, yeah, let's go back to Joe real quick. We'll talk about CPS power lines. I just wanted to get Joe's perspective here. Joe, for one, I love the like Joe's giddy as a weather guy.
I think it's lack of sleep.
Oh, well, it could be that too. But just the fascination that you have with what you're seeing there. But we saw one truck go by. You have shown us and talked about the ice on the roads. What are you seeing as far as folks out and about this early in Kerrville?
Not a whole lot, which is definitely good news. We saw the one truck here, and now as you step behind me, take a look at this guy. If you have to get driving around this morning, that's about the speed you want to go. I think he's doing the best job that we've seen so far today, and actually, he's going to try to get, maybe not. He's got his hazards on. We did have one truck about 30 minutes ago that tried to get into our parking lot here at the hotel, and it's an incline. And last night we had a woman from California. She was driving on I-10, and she had trouble getting up the incline. Her tires were spinning.
Oh man, we haven't.
This morning we had a truck, and he had the same issue trying to get up. He was able to finally get up, but it's just, treacherous. That your tires will spin, especially on the incline, and it's like trying to, drive on a skating rink.
Well,
that's
and
what
just
it's like
to,
this morning.
Hey Joe, just to piggyback of what you're talking about and what you've been showing us in your live shot, Kerrville Police Department tells us on their Facebook page that none of the city streets are shut down, but they do not encourage folks to drive at all, because they say if you do need to, you need to exercise extreme caution. To me, Joe, when I look at your live shot, I would think that is snow.
Yeah, it looks like it for sure.
But right, that is ice. There's no traction. There's nothing on there.
Yeah, it looks like snow. If I step,
because it's so
white.
Yeah.
So you would think it's a winter wonderland, but it's just a sheet of ice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, earlier we were talking about power outages, and there's not a whole lot of power outages here in Kerrville. I think what I heard was there was one customer in Kerrville without power.
So that was earlier, Joe.
It's
0 now. Just FYI.
It's 0,
which is great news.
That's great.
Kudos to the K-Pup, as they call them, the Kerrville Power Utility. Kudos to those workers for getting out and making sure all of that was ready to go.
And just to give folks a perspective of just the ice that Joe is dealing with, even when you go skiing, right, having that ice there, they make snow to make it fluffy because it's hard and it hurts if you fall or anything like that. It's hard to ski on or what have you. So that is a complete nightmare if you were on there.
And just a reminder, I say a reminder, everybody watching more than likely knows where Kerrville is. It's tucked, in the bottom of the mountains or the hills, the hill country, obviously. And so just getting there, getting out, that is certainly one of those areas where you just don't want to leave. You don't need to leave your home. And I know a lot of folks are like, I got this big old truck and I can go 4x4. And just stay at home. Just stay at home. Our CPS is also, they have crews out working like crazy right now.
Yeah, they have. Check out these pictures from CPS Energy crews. They've worked through the night and into this morning as heavy winter precipitation continues across our service area. Look at that ice on those power lines. Crews are actively responding to 39 weather-related outages impacting approximately 14,500 customers, with the largest outages located on the north and northwest side of the city. The leading causes of outages include ice accumulation on equipment and broken tree limbs. Now, as seen in this suspected outage on the city's south side that's impacting nearly 500 of the 14,500 customers.
Both the city and the county have set up some warming centers to make sure that everyone has a warm place to kind of ride this out. This is a map of the locations. You can find a complete list of all of that on our website at news4sa.com. Flights, a big issue, obviously, out of San Antonio International. Dozens have been canceled this morning, if we can go to that map as well. Really all over the country, flights are a real issue. Dallas, Phoenix, Chicago, Atlanta, all of those hub cities are having some issues of taking flights in. Many of the flights with American Airlines and Delta, Spirit, Volaris, all of that canceled as well.
Several schools also have been announced that they'll be closing school Monday. News 4 has received word from roughly 30 schools and districts about their closures. Those include the Northeast, North Side, San Antonio, and Judson ISDs, among dozens of others. Be sure to check out our website for a full list of all of the closures. We'll be sure to update it as we receive word of new closures.
Yeah, lots of events have been canceled this weekend. Monster Jam over at the Alamo Dome has been canceled. That's been rescheduled to March 28th and 29th. The Spurs have a big game tonight over at the AT&T Center, the Frost Bank Center, at 6 o'clock, and we are still waiting word to find out the status of that. So we'll know maybe throughout the morning. Hopefully we'll bring that information to you, certainly whether it's here on TV or online as well. But again, no information yet on the Spurs and New Orleans game set for 6 o'clock tonight.
And Melissa Vega here at the live desk. We have been monitoring live pictures for you throughout the morning just to give you some perspective here. We also have some video that is coming into our newsroom as well through our chime in. So we want to go ahead and show you some video if we can. We do have some video that we have sent, so I'm not sure if we have that video online or not. Joy, do we have that video? That video is offline at the moment, but I don't know if we can go ahead and take a live picture for you. We have been monitoring this live picture out of New York City, of Times Square. You can see all of the people here. We don't see people out on our roadways right now with a lot of ice that are covering our roads. Very blank out here, but we do see a lot of people in the snow out here at Times Square. So we're going to go ahead and get that video for you that is being sent through Chime In. We have a lot of new video and pictures, so just as soon as we do, we will be back here at the live desk. For now, that is the very latest. Back to you.
So thank you. Times Square is certainly a mess. That's a good-looking picture, though. And again,
hey, Joy, I had all my videos and everything.
Take her mic down
what
there,
happened,
guys? Okay, perfect.
Just wanted to let folks know, City of San Antonio 311. They are going to be. They'll be on 24 hours. So they'll be on through Monday. And if you need a place to stay warm, transportation, you see an animal that is out in this cold, please call them. Call 311 or you can call 210-207-6000. We all want everyone to stay safe. We want animals to stay safe. If you know somebody that needs a warm place to stay, we've talked about the warming centers that are all across our city. You need transportation to that warming center, they will come get you. So 311, folks are on to help anyone in the city.
All right, so as we are waiting to get to our cruise, we have Emma Allen out, I believe, and we're going to check in with her. David Mendoza is out in road cam as well. Oh, okay. Fantastic. We're going to go back to Melissa Vega, who has that video of those pictures that she was talking about. Vega, you still there? Ah, there she goes.
Yes, hello. I am still here. We are following those live pictures. Also want to quickly mention that we did get a statement from CPS Energy just a short time ago. And CPS Energy crews, they say that they're working safely to restore those weather-related outages. They're thanking their customers for their patience. As crews are working through those hazardous conditions, we have been seeing those hazardous conditions. We've been reporting on them. So crews are out there working. Let's go ahead and show you some new video that is coming into our newsroom. Look at this. This is from Stephanie Lerma from Chime In, and you can see the ice there on the car, on the ground. So this is what we have been seeing a lot of. We have been seeing a lot of ice. That is the story of the morning. Let's go ahead and take another video here if we can, if we do have that video as well. Look at this. Look at this. Look at her hand. Watch. Whoa, look at all that ice, and that is going through. It's not a window. You know, at first you think, oh, is that a window that is iced over there? Nope, that is an ice window. And let's go ahead and take a live look here at New York City, Times Square. I know we talked about it just a minute ago, but I don't know if we can take that live picture out of Times Square in New York City to show it a little closer to you. Don't know if we can take that or not. This is actually not the Times Square picture, but this is another picture, I believe, out of Atlanta. And you can see the ice and snow there. All right, so here's the Times Square picture. I promise we will get that to you full here just a little later. But there are a lot of people out there. I'm not sure if these are workers that are kind of just cleaning the streets there, or if they're just out enjoying their Sunday morning. So we are going to continue to get in that new video, all of the pictures, and get those alerts in, and I'll be back here at the live desk with more. That is the latest. Back to you.
The great Melissa Vega there at the live desk this morning. Always fun to work with Vega.
She always piques my curiosity because now I want to know what everyone's doing at Times Square.
Well, she's. I can tell you this before we go off the air. Melissa Vega is going to tell you. We have not talked about this morning, and now as we get into the 7:30 portion of your morning, I think this is where folks are going to. Some people are going to try to make coffee runs, right? And so when you walk out to your car, the first thing you want to do when you walk out your front door is you're going to want to make sure that your sidewalk, your steps, your porch, whatever it is it's going to look slick. It's going to look wet. It may be ice. It may not be ice. It just depends.
It probably is ice.
Well, I say that, but this morning there are areas where it's not, and so you get overconfident, and so you're going to want to take that slowly. You get out to your car. I think I ran mine for about 15 minutes with the defroster before the ice finally melted on the windshield.
Yeah.
Hopefully you prepared ahead of time. If you did not, best way to do this, run the defroster. You're going to get a little crease in the ice. Hopefully you've got some sort of scraper, and that's what I did this morning. And then you can get enough of it off, and then get going.
And nothing is worse than slipping on ice and falling right on your behind.
Yeah, well, no, nobody wants that.
That hurts, and you just want to cry.
Yeah.
So be careful if you're headed out.
You're like me, you got a little extra padding, so that helps. Emma Allen is out in the thick of it. Nope, by the way, just kind of behind the scenes, Emma had the best winter coat. Emma, you won the award for best winter coat
from
today.
Head to toe.
Head to toe. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, David and Marisa. Yes, it is. I can feel every single ounce of the coldness out here. It is so cold. I think my face is frozen, but I want to show you some of these road conditions that we've been following. We are off Frontage Road on I-10, and you can see there are cars, trucks, even some big trucks moving at a lot slower speeds. But TxDOT has been putting out these signs saying travel is discouraged. We know that there are people that are essential workers. They have to get out, but definitely take your time if you do plan on getting out. These are some of the smaller roads that we're worried about because some of these roads are icing over a little bit. But another thing that I really want to show you is this parking lot over here. This parking lot is completely covered in ice. Just to give you an idea of where we are, we're in the medical center area, right off of I-10, again, the frontage road. And this parking lot, I would walk on it for you, but I know I'll fall on live TV. It's completely covered in ice, and I didn't even notice it until we got here. And we saw the lights that were shining down, and it's starting to shine a little bit, which is how you know that it's ice. This morning, getting out on the roads, you couldn't really tell what was frozen over or not because it was so dark, and the roads are obviously dark. But now, as this light shining down, as the sun starts to come up, we can definitely see some of these roads are definitely frozen. We'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Emma, thank you. As you see some of that. By the way, Emma, your driving condition. Well, shoot. Okay, let's go back to Emma.
Emma.
We sent her out there. We don't want to just, run her out for a minute and a half. Emma, your driving conditions to get to where you are, anything blocked off?
Well, I was not the driver, Blake was, so he did a great job of navigating everything. Nothing was blocked off, though. We did see some areas that were without power, but as we started driving by, we saw that they were getting their power back. But the road conditions in the medical center area, which of course a lot of people are driving that way because of the hospitals, they were not bad. But we did see some smaller roads, of course, the ones like these parking lots right here that are dealing with some ice-covered roads. But some of the main roads, they're not too bad.
Well, and keep in mind, you see the ice where Emma is in the parking lot. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to let Mother Nature take its course and let that all melt away. So be careful out there, Emma, and we will talk to you in just a little bit.
So the good news there, as she said, you know, the hospitals are obviously open, and if you are an emergency in need and you don't call an EMS and you do decide to drive yourself, the roads there, the roads in and out of the medical center, I caution to use the word fine because I don't think any road right now is fine completely.
Passable.
But they are passable, they are drivable as long as you're very safe. But again, if you don't have an emergency and you can stay at home, please do so.
Yeah, so before we go to break, I just want to reiterate the fact that 311 for a city of San Antonio, if you need transportation to a warming center, you see an animal out that is cold, they are on duty. They will be on duty 24/7 till Monday. 311, call that number, and we're going to take a short break.
Yeah, real quickly, this is good news. So we have been watching this all morning long. We went on the air at 6 a.m. We've been watching this, though, crews all throughout the night. There were about 10,000 power outages about 4:30 this morning. You certainly felt for those folks. At this point, we are now down to five and change. So 5,600 people don't have power, 42 outages, mainly just north of the airport area, certainly in the northwest portion, just inside 1604.
And they're pockets. They are pockets of, you know, a couple outages here and there, which is good news. But CPS crews have been working very diligently to try and make sure folks get their power restored right away because it's cold.
Yeah, it is. And shout out to Rudy Garza from CPS Energy. I know, you know, they were under fire certainly in 2021. It wasn't just them. Obviously, a lot of that centered around ERCOT. But we heard from Rudy, and we also heard from ERCOT in the days before all of this, leading up to this storm, that the power grid around the state was going to hold up. Rudy at the press conference yesterday talked about how they would have crews out ready to go. The power outages that you are seeing are strictly, and I believe this to be true, are strictly from the ice accumulating on trees, the trees then taking the power lines out. Thus, 5,600 people don't have power. And it's awful for them, but we are seeing the crews work diligently and fast and hopefully quickly enough to restore power in your area. If you're watching us on a phone or a tablet or something and you don't have power, please know that they will get there hopefully sooner than later.
And if you don't have power, call CPS and let them know so that they know, and they may know, but you need to notify them that you have no power in your area because chances are you, your neighbor, your street may not have it. So that gives them an idea of where to go next.
All right, we're about 25 minutes now from 8 a.m. What we're going to do is we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, we'll reset, and we'll walk you through the morning as well. You are watching breaking news extended coverage of the Arctic Blast 2026 right here on News 4 San Antonio. Stay with us.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning. It's Sunday morning to you. Thank you for waking up with us. We appreciate that. It feels a little different to be with you guys on a Sunday morning, but this is what we do every single morning. By the way, if you are looking to spend the week with us, we start at 4:30 in the morning and go till 7. But we are doing extended coverage this morning because of what's happening outside. So thank you for watching News 4. We appreciate that. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. We've been monitoring the weather all night. Jeanette's been here all night. So things are getting maybe better with the sun coming up?
Yes, as the sun comes up, that's going to help to melt any ice. But keep in mind that temperatures are still going to be below freezing through at least midday. We'll get above freezing this afternoon. For the most part, roads doable, travel doable, but proceed with caution. With the sun coming up, you can get a better idea of where exactly the ice is.
In Emma's live shot, right, we saw the ice in the parking lot, and there's nothing we can do about that ice, but just let nature take its course.
Just let the sun kind of melt it away. There's also some grassy areas that are covered in sleet. If you check out that live shot in Gonzales, if you look in the distance, that white, that's sleet that's covering the grassy surfaces there. That's what we're seeing in parts of San Antonio as well, mainly the north side of town, up in the hill country too. Joe DiCarlo showed you the sleet covered parking lot that he was at earlier. Raul B. Rodriguez, low weather cameras across the zones. It is still quite windy, so some of the cameras there shaking a bit. 23 degrees right now in San Antonio. That temperature has dropped. It feels though like it's in the single digits with the north wind. So there it is, grassy areas in Gonzales covered in sleet. That's white. They're also there in the distance farther on the other side of the river there. That is plenty of sleet. So that's something that you'll have to deal with this morning. Live power Doppler radar, the precipitation ending. May see some patches of freezing mist over towards parts of Comal County and Guadalupe County. But for the most part, the precipitation has ended. A lot of that may not necessarily be reaching the ground. The storms that we saw earlier south of Houston winding down. There goes the winter weather kind of all moving away from Texas. This is now impacting the Midwest, the Tennessee Valley, and the Northeast. Very heavy snow blanketing areas from the Ohio Valley to the Northeast. Now that the precipitation has ended, dangerous cold temperatures have settled in. Actual air temperatures here in Bexar County, 20s, and we're talking low 20s for the most part. 20 in Helotes, 22 in Castle Hills, Universal City at 21. Teens farther north, it's 18 in Bernie, 14 in Rock Springs. It's likely in the mid-teens in Kerrville. Can't see it here in Uvalde, but you're in the low 20s. Eagle Pass 27, 31 in Cotulla. So freezing temperatures all across south central Texas. We're getting wind gusts on occasion over 20 miles an hour, 25 now at the airport, 24 from New Braunfels to Gonzales. And that's giving us these feels like temperatures. Wind chills in the single digits now. Feels like it's 9 in town. Same for Hondo. Feels like it's only 4 in Bernie, and wind chills in the mid-teens to low 20s across the south. Future radar showing you how any cloud cover, well, that's going to clear out in the next hour or two. Expect to see sunshine for the rest of the day, which is certainly good news. However, then tonight, once the sun goes down, anything that's still wet will refreeze. Tomorrow in the morning, we'll have temperatures starting off in the teens, and then in the afternoon, we'll get to the mid and upper 30s. Dangerous cold today, especially through at least midday as temperatures stay below freezing. This afternoon by 4 o'clock, we should manage to make it just above freezing. Forecast high for the afternoon, mid 30s, about 34, 35. The western zone 36, hill country, you'll likely stay below freezing all day. So not much melting expected there, especially on the grassy surfaces, perhaps even sidewalks and secondary roads. Eastern zone, partly to mostly sunny skies, forecast high of 34. We ended up picking up just over 1/10 of an inch of ice at the airport. In and around Bexar County, though, the ice accumulations ranging between 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch. Now, sleet packs in the hill country measuring between 1/2 an inch to an inch. Tomorrow in the morning, 18 degrees. In the afternoon, 38. Still dangerous cold Monday night into Tuesday morning. Keep in mind that that extreme cold warning is still in effect. By Wednesday, we're slightly above freezing in the morning, and then we climb up to 56. Next chance for rain, guys, heading into the weekend, and let's hope that temperatures stay well above freezing. But that could change. More details on that coming up.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. I want to give you a live picture of the TransGuide cameras, cycle through some of the different roads, what we are seeing. This is 281 at St. Mary's near going into downtown. It looks as the sun comes up. This is certainly different than what we've seen over the last hour. The mystery is gone, and that is obviously very good news. That's a mixture of ice and the brine that is on the road that is, TxDOT has been treating the roads now since, I believe, Thursday. But what you'll see certainly over, at least for the next hour or so, and what we've seen since we went on the air this morning, is everybody driving at least 20, 25, 30 miles an hour slower than what they know. And then as I say that, we've got a black SUV that just flies down the middle of the highway. That's not good. About an hour ago, David Mendoza, who is in road cam, who we're going to check in with now, has seen several accidents, certainly through 35 through the heart of downtown San Antonio. David, the conditions I'm hoping for you and all the other drivers have improved. Where are you? What are you seeing?
Hey, good morning, David. Yeah, it's looking okay right now since the sun has come up, but I just got over a big nail biter. I took the flyover from 10 West over to 410 West. It's still pretty iced over. I was going about 10 miles an hour over the entirety of that overpass. Very slick, not a lot of traction on these high overpasses. Right now though, 410 westbound and Babcock, it's looking okay right here. You know, the sun coming up helps out a whole lot. Throughout the morning, I've seen about 10, maybe 11 accidents, single vehicle, multi-vehicle, people taking it a little too fast on the roadways, losing control, and then losing their vehicle, hopefully not getting themselves hurt at least too badly. But lots of accidents all throughout the morning. The worst I definitely saw was in the downtown area. 10 and Probant is a big one. There's a lot of raised surfaces over there, and it's iced over in a whole lot of spots. Saw a multi-vehicle accident over there earlier this morning, 35 North and 10, the 1090 area. We saw a multi-vehicle accident that we caught on camera. Another nail biter in that area as well. Right now, though, I think I'm feeling pretty okay about traversing these. I've increased my speed a little bit over here on 410. I'm now going a steady 45 miles an hour. Other cars choosing to go a little faster. I'm still choosing to play it a little on the safe side right now. Granted, a lot of our overpasses are still frozen over. Just be alert and aware if you need to get on the roads right now. My advice, don't get on the roads. Sit it out, stay at home, make yourself a cup of coffee, watch us, and hang out, stay off the roadways. I'll continue to update you with what else I see throughout the city. Back to you.
David, before we let you go, you've actually driven all across the city, all over town. And you mentioned probably the worst areas you're saying is I-10 or 35 in downtown, that area?
Downtown, yes, that's correct. 10 south of downtown, 10/90, 35 north, 37. A lot of raised surfaces, a lot of slick areas, and a lot of ice that you necessarily can't see unless you're right on top of it. So you just want to exercise caution. Again, go slow, don't ride your brake, and maintain your hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. Make sure you're driving safe, and especially be alert of other drivers. Again, this morning almost got clipped by an 18-wheeler because they lost some traction on their back end. I had to quickly switch lanes. Be very alert and aware of other drivers, especially. If you look over here, this is the exit to Bandera over here on 410. It's looking pretty icy, mix of brine and ice. This car might be going a little too fast as he heads up that, feeling a little too overconfident. Avoid the overconfidence. Just maintain your speed in a slow and steady fashion. Back to you.
So a couple observations as we're looking at David. Number one, you saw the nighttime video. That was from David's perspective, seeing those accidents. The ice that is on his windshield at the bottom has not melted.
No.
So that means that some of the ice that is on the roads in some spots certainly is not melted as well. And this was David's perspective. That was the 18-wheeler that almost hit him, and this is a scene that is all too familiar. David has said he saw 6 or 7 of these throughout the morning. Certainly the nighttime made things a little bit more difficult, mysterious, not knowing what exactly you were driving on. If we go back live to David's shot, you just see how slow he's going. David, we in our house we say we're driving Miss Daisy, and you need to drive Daisy as long as you can. You need to.
Yeah.
You said 10 miles an hour on the on the flyovers, and that's probably great advice. Or the better advice is just to stay at home. Anyway, David Mendoza in Road Cam. David, please, thank you for the pictures, but be safe, and we will check back in with you throughout the morning as well.
And just to add some perspective, right, you mentioned the ice that is on his hood of the car, right? He's been driving all morning, and that car is warm, the engine,
that's a good
and
point.
it still hasn't melted, which, again, the ice on the roads have not melted because some areas have not had any cars on it, and even if there are cars on it, you would have to have that steady traffic to warm that road up. So be careful.
What are we at right now? Is it? We're not 30. We're not at 30 yet, right? Jeanette, are we still hovering around 25?
It's 22, 23 now.
So it's dropped. So it's gotten colder since we've been on the air this morning. Yeah. So that kind of adds to that. You know what you're talking about. It's going to be a while before the ice goes away.
Let's head over to Emma Ellen. She is out in the field. Hi, Emma. Good morning. Where are you at, and what can you tell us?
Good morning. We are still off of I-10, off of a frontage road here. I want to show you a few things. As we've been out here, I've been kind of walking around, tapping on a few things to see what's frozen and what's not, because that's the game we like to play over here. This is kind of what you're going to be looking at. A lot of frozen over areas. Even when I put my entire body weight on that, it's still not breaking. I tried to pick some of this ice up to show you that freezing rain, but it's all frozen. Again, this is off of a frontage road. Now the road behind it is looking okay. Some of the parking lots in these areas though, they're not looking okay, especially those that are on a hill. You can see people are driving back behind there, that truck driving at normal speeds, but everybody else, a lot of people are driving with their flashers on. Some people are driving at a lot slower speeds, especially coming off of those bridges and those overpasses, because some of those are a little frozen over. One thing I do want to note though is as the sun comes up, we can start to see that these areas, we can start to see what areas actually have ice on them because the sun reflects on it weird and makes it pop more. This morning driving in, you weren't really able to see that because not only was it dark outside, but the roads were also dark. So this is that parking lot we were talking about earlier. I would walk on it for you, but I'm a little scared. But it's not that much ice, but it doesn't take much ice to make you fall. This, again, is what we're seeing. We're in the medical center area. Like we said earlier, we are monitoring these road conditions. So far, I-10, especially on this frontage road right here, looks to be okay, but people are still driving at safe speeds just to be safe because, again, there could be small patches of ice that could impact your travel, and we definitely don't want that to happen.
Emma, I noticed, I love how you're dressed for the weather because people will say it's cold, everyone's overreacting. We're not overreacting, especially regards to the roads. And it is cold because when Emma came into the newsroom this morning, she mentioned the layers that she has on. And and you
modeling in.
No, we should point out Emma's from Arkansas, and so she knows cold. So that I don't know if you can buy that coat in San Antonio.
Right.
It's definitely warm. Emma, you
I want to say too.
Yeah.
These have saved me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The hot hands.
By the way, you should stand out, not on the road, but nearby and just holler out, too fast, too fast, too fast. Like the cars that are driving by that are going, if you're driving the speed limit, let's just put it this way, in all jokes aside, if you are driving the speed limit this morning, you are driving too fast.
Too fast, yes.
So
100%.
And there's the balance, right? Because somebody's going to say, well, I can't go, 25 miles an hour on I-10 or 410. That's true too. And if you got some guy that's blowing by you at 70, you just, David Mendoza was just, I thought David Mendoza was a picture of calm, right? Yeah. Far right lane, 45 miles an hour.
Taking it easy,
yeah.
No rush. And to remind folks, today is a day of obligation, typically for Catholics. It is not today, simply because of the weather.
Yep.
So if you, check your church's website out. Maybe they have it streaming online
service.
today.
Yeah.
But do not stress yourself out about trying to get to Mass today, because the Archdiocese has said today you have an excuse to stay home and just stay safe.
Yeah, it's a good day to hang out, have a cup of coffee, and whatever you got in the pantry. Melissa Vega is here. Brave the weather to come to work today. She is at the live desk. Vega, what do you got? What's the latest here?
Yeah, so of course we've been monitoring also the latest outages from CPS Energy. We have CPS Energy crews are working safely to restore the weather-related outages. We just checked a few minutes ago. There are currently 48 outages impacting a little more than 7,000 customers. So we have seen the outages go down just a little bit. Of course, we're getting new video, new pictures into our newsroom from our Chime In. Let's go ahead and show you some of those. And this has been the story all morning. We have been talking about that ice, the ice on the cars, the ice on the roads. We saw Emma just moments ago in the ice. So this is sent in by Stephanie Lerma. Stephanie, thank you so much for sending us this video. Let's also show you some more video where you think at one point this is just an icy window, but no, you left the window down and that is just ice that is coming through the window. So you could definitely see that here. And of course, we've been monitoring some live pictures throughout the country as well, because we have been seeing that bitter blast, you know, hitting Texas all the way to Boston. So, and Jeanette has been just talking about those frigid conditions. We've also, I don't know if we do have a tweet that we want to show you. Yes, here we go. This is from X. This is from Comal County. And they're talking about how that wintry precipitation is moving out, what Jeanette has been talking about all morning, but crews have been reporting a lot of ice and slush still on roads there in Comal County. So we've been also seeing a lot of this as well. We've been seeing that traffic lights are out, and there in Comal County, you have traffic lights out at FM 46 and FM 3159. We also see some closures out there, Steep Hill at the Summit and Skyline Drive. So, you know, they say that travel remains hazardous. So that is what we have been seeing. Not a lot of people on the roads, as you know, the driving conditions are not that good right now, and that massive winter storm just kind of blowing through. We've also been following this live picture. This is of our weather cam. We are getting more pictures for you, and this is out in Gonzales. You can see kind of the sleet and the ice glaze over there in Gonzales. So definitely a lot of ice out there right now. We're going to keep monitoring the latest video and pictures and share them with you. As soon as you share them with us, just go to news4sa.com. On the website, click on our Chime In section and upload them, and we will share them right here throughout the morning and throughout the day. That is the very latest from the live desk.
All right, Melissa, thank you. I was just looking at the outage map. I keep going back to that from CPS Energy, and it keeps going up and down. We were at 10,000 as the most that I've seen as far as outages. Earlier, we went down as little as about 5,600, and now, unfortunately, we've gone back up. A lot of this is obviously happening. The ice is accumulating on the trees. The trees are falling. This will continue to happen, and crews are out. 50 outages right now. Really the majority of everything north of San Antonio, Chavano Park, near the airport is one. Depends really too on, you know, consider yourself lucky if you're on one of the grids that is tied into the hospital system. A lot of times nursing homes, obviously the airport as well. We have a generator here. Our power is stable now, but when we went on about 6 a.m., we had a couple of flickers and have all night long. I did see this as well, a tweet. They still call it a tweet? Yeah. Whatever they call it now. From CPS Energy, they're working like crazy, right? So they have all the crews out there. The point in me telling you that is the number to call is, instead of you having to look up, it's 210-353-HELP. That's the number to call and report a power outage. And if you are experiencing that and watching us on a tablet, again, hopefully you have called that number, 210-353-HELP. They assure us that they will get out there as quickly as they can.
Or call 3112, City of San Antonio. Let them know that you need transportation to a warming center. you see maybe an animal that's left out in the
Yeah.
cold. They're working around the clock as well through Monday. So call them, 311, if you need help or you need to get to a warming center.
Because as the sun comes up and it'll start to feel, if you're at home and you're not going anywhere and you have power, you're probably going to have a pretty good day. Just going to hang out. I mean, that sounds like a fun Sunday. For folks who don't have power, this is going to be dicey because, as Jeanette has said, really for the last several days, it is cold now. It will stay cold. Yes, the sun will come up. It'll warm up just a smidge. We won't see any more precipitation, but tonight is going to be brutally cold, teens, which means feel-like temperatures in the single digits.
Right.
And that's going to be an issue if you are still without power.
Yeah. Let's head over and check out other areas in our state. That massive winter storm making its way across the U.S.
Yeah, so Dallas is a big focal point. They've been experiencing all of that for several days. Shannon Miller is there along one of the freeways where the snow has covered the roadways. We think we have accidents here. They had about 50 accidents overnight in the DFW area.
Well, this is the most covered and yet the most quiet that we have seen the high five here over the last 24 hours. Cars taking it much slower here tonight. Again, as you can see, the roadways totally covered in that winter mix. We know that Dallas police had about 57 accidents that they responded to as of midnight last night. Those are on Dallas's side roads. But again, as you can see here, drivers seemingly seem to be taking it off the roads for the most part. Again, we know that those temperatures are continuing to drop here in the overnight hours and into the morning. So we'll have to take a look then at what these conditions look like by the early morning hours. But that sleet continuing to come down here.
All right, so Dallas is obviously an issue, and if you're flying, if you're one of the few that are flying today, certainly the DFW area is one where you're probably not going to fly into that. Be sure to check your airline, whether it's Dallas or Houston or anywhere else in the country. As we have said all morning long, it's not just San Antonio and Texas, obviously, but the Northeast and really all of the country pockets are just battling it big time. So
yeah, the
that's gonna be an
system is
issue.
moving
Yeah.
in that direction.
Yeah.
So make sure if you are headed to the airport before you leave your house, just make sure that your flight has not been canceled yet, because just getting to the airport might be a little dicey.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Joe DiCarlo is in Kerrville. We will check in with him. Emma Allen is out on the streets. We'll check in with her. And of course, Jeanette is anchoring our coverage as well. The very latest on the Arctic blast right here on News 4 San Antonio. Stay with us.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, good Sunday morning to you. January 25th. By the way, I say this to everyone, and myself included, everybody who throughout January is like, oh, it's too hot, man, I wish it was colder.
Are you wishing it's
I
colder now?
won't say anything anymore.
And here we are.
And here we are. Good morning. Are you blame? It sounds like you're blaming me then for it.
A little bit.
Could be. Good morning. Good Sunday morning to you. Extended breaking news coverage of the Arctic blast here on News 4. I'm David Chancellor. Thank you for waking up with us.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. We've been on this weather all weekend. And we have Joe DiCarlo in Kerrville, Emma Allen's over in the medical center. Jeanette has been here all yesterday, today. Are things going to get a little bit better now that the sun has come up?
For the most part, and I say for the most part because folks in the hill country, north of Bernie, Kerrville, Comfort, Ingram, perhaps even towards Spring Branch, Canyon Lake, I believe those areas will stay below freezing all day. So there's not going to be much opportunity, even with the sun, for areas there to see an improvement in terms of ice, because in those spots, we're talking sleet packs of about a half an inch to even an inch. Farther south in San Antonio, although ice accumulations in and around Bexar County have ranged between 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch, keep in mind that we are going to get above freezing, and we're getting enough dry air plus the sun, so we'll have the chance to see a lot of the ice melting here in San Antonio. I do have a correction to make. So I knew something was off on my cameras when I showed this earlier. This shot is actually in Kerrville. That is the Guadalupe River in Kerrville, and that is Louise Hayes Park. Do you remember the July 4th flooding? Well, this area covered in water, it's now covered in sleet. That's Louise Hayes Park. The grassy surface is there covered in sleet, and that's, I believe, looking from the library there towards the Guadalupe River, I believe that also is part of Louise Hayes Park. That is sleet. So it looks like it's snow, but that's sleet. And there goes a bridge covered in sleet as well. Joe in Kerrville showed us the sleet pack that he's standing on in Kerrville. So in the hill country, yes, not much opportunity to see things kind of melting there today. So definitely hunker down if you're in the hill country, stay indoors, stay off of those slick roads. The precipitation has ended, not expecting any additional precipitation, although there could be some patchy freezing mist in portions of the eastern zone and the hill country. Still icy in some spots. That'll be the case here in San Antonio for the next couple of hours with the sun coming up. It's going to take at least a few hours to see any melting. For the most part here, roads are okay. The secondary roads, the grassy surfaces, sidewalks, those are the spots that may still have some ice on them. Dangerous wind chill temperatures. Although the precipitation is coming to an end, we're going to have to deal with dangerous temperatures, not just today, but tonight, tomorrow morning, including tomorrow night into Tuesday morning. Live power Doppler radar, not much of anything to see here. The rain, the ice, even the snow that fell across North Texas, well, that's wrapping up here, and that's all moving towards the east. There's a little short wave, little upper level disturbance coming in from New Mexico towards west central Texas, and that's dropping some fresh snow moving towards Lubbock. That's not going to make it this far south, though. It's going to stay off towards the north. Temperatures, these are actual temperatures. It's in the 20s, and we're talking low 20s. But with the gusty winds from the north, it feels like it's in the single digits. Right now it is 18 in Bernie, 14 in Rock Springs. It's about 13 to 14 degrees in Kerrville, 21 towards New Braunfels, mid-20s in Gonzales. Freezing temperatures all across the 4 zones, even down towards the south. Gusts up to 32 miles an hour in Rock Springs on occasion. They've been gusting over 20 miles an hour at the airport here. This is how cold it feels like with those winds. Wind chills in the single digits from San Antonio to the north. It now feels like it's below zero in Rock Springs. Teens across the south, upper teens, mid-teens in the eastern zone. Still a few clouds around right now, but that's going to move off towards the east. It's going to be mostly sunny for the rest of the day. Temperatures will stay below freezing in the hill country throughout the day. The rest of the area, we should get above freezing, especially after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Then once the sun goes down after 6 o'clock this evening, anything that's still wet will likely freeze over. Temperatures tonight will be dropping into the teens. So dangerous cold for a good portion of today. By midday, we should see mostly sunny skies, still just below freezing through 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll get above freezing by 3, should make it to 34, maybe as high as 35 by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Western zone highs in the mid-30s. Hill country, there you go, mid to perhaps upper 20s. That is it. 18 tomorrow morning. That's why I have a weather alert day. Also 18 for Tuesday morning, another weather alert day. But in the afternoon hours, we're well above freezing. Wednesday, we're in the mid-50s, still sunny. Thursday, clouds increase out ahead of another front that will likely drop some rain showers Friday into Saturday. Highs on Saturday in the 40s. Very cold this week. Temperatures well below where they should be this time of the year, even for this winter season. Hill country, look for temperatures tomorrow morning in the single digits to near 10. Eastern zone, we'll see temperatures tomorrow morning in the 20s. Well, that's your latest weather update. We'll come back to me in just a little bit.
All right, Jeanette, quick update before we head over to David Mendoza in Road Cam. I want to just update folks. City of San Antonio says due to the cold weather, they will be closing some public facilities tomorrow, January 26th, Monday, due to the cold weather. So most non-essential operations Sunday and tomorrow will not be happening because of the weather. They want to make sure that residents do know that critical services will remain in full operation.
No school for, I believe, everyone tomorrow.
Most everyone.
I have not seen a school district in South Texas, or certainly within Bexar County, that has said, yeah, we are having school. So at this point, we're assuming that all of the school districts in San Antonio and the surrounding areas are out. I think it's 8:15 on a Sunday morning, so I have a feeling we'll have more information, more details throughout the day on those services, maybe things like trash, all of the, certainly the non-essential services we'll have to see because it's going to be bitter cold.
Right. The essential folks are probably the ones who are trying to, I guess, salt the areas,
Sure.
the streets, probably working on street lights that maybe have gone out. But again, just be aware of that and go to www.sa.gov to get more information on what is closed for the city of San Antonio tomorrow.
Certainly a good resource always, news4sa.com and the 4Zone Weather app. Those are your friends when it comes to your phones and your tablets. The very latest information that we have that we can get to you, whether it is here on television or certainly online as well. David Mendoza is out in Road Cam, has been all morning long. Toughest job today, David. I don't envy you because, as you said, you drove over some flyovers and basically held your breath. As the sun has come up now over the last 45 minutes, improved? How are things?
Hey, good morning, David. Yeah, I don't envy me either. Right now, I'm getting on 90 East, 237 North, entering the downtown area again. Yeah, the sun is peeking out right now. Conditions are improving. You still want to exercise caution, though. I myself have increased my speed limit about 10 miles an hour, so going from 35 to 45 miles an hour on our major highways. Our biggest problem right now is the big flyovers like 10 and 410, 281 and 410, 151 on the west side. You just want to be super careful when you go over these things. I went over 410 to I-10 and that was a real nail biter. You know, I was going about 10 miles an hour as I crossed from 10 West to 410 West. Really slushy. Didn't trust it a whole lot. Felt like my tracking was really lessened in the area. Over here on 37 North in Carolina, it's looking a bit messy. We have a lot of elevated surfaces in the downtown area. I've seen some accidents mostly in the downtown area. Pretty dangerous over here. You still want to be very, very careful. Give space in between the vehicle in front of you, on the side of you, and also be very alert of the drivers around you. You know, I've also seen some people going 60, 70 miles an hour, absolutely flying down the highway. I make sure to scoot over a lane just in case they lose control. I'm not going to be impacted. And it's really, you want to keep yourself out of harm's way, yourself and other motorists, and just drive slow. Take it slow, take it easy, be alert and aware, and that's only if you absolutely need to get out on the roads right now. I still am not recommending it. Stay at home if you can, drink some coffee. It is Sunday morning. If you planned on going to church, watch it online or try to watch it on television. Just be safe, stay home, and if you have to get out on these roads, be alert and aware, cautious and slow. David?
David, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, I know that you probably haven't made it all the way up north like Stone Oak area, but Stone Oak has a lot of curved hills. Those areas probably are very sketchy.
Yeah, sketchy.
As we were saying. So folks want to exercise caution there. You've been sticking on the main interstates, and you've had problems in those areas, just to give folks an idea, right?
Yeah, you know, I've been mainly keeping my driving on the highways. I feel that those are the most best treated, well illuminated areas. Now that the sun is up, the illumination is really less of a concern. They're really doing a good job. TxDOT's doing a great job of treating these highways, making sure we're staying safe. Police are all over it this morning, making sure accidents are being taken care of. Constantly reporting icy conditions, as from what I can hear over the scanners, asking for help from TxDOT to come retreat areas that they find are too icy. So police and TxDOT are all over the situation. I will let you know about Stone Oak here momentarily, because that's exactly where I'm headed. So next time we talk, I'll be in that area of town and I'll let you know. Back to you.
And explain to us, if you know, because I've been telling David that the white that you see is brine mixed with precipitation. Is that correct, or is that just brine?
To me, it's a mix. I've seen some slushy areas with it. Either way, it doesn't look right to me. I'm going to go extra slow over it and really take my time. Again, I haven't trusted any roadway 100% as long as I've been on the road all morning, but I will keep you updated and let you know conditions on the north side here momentarily. Back to you.
All right, David Mendoza in Road Cam doing yeoman's work today. David, thank you. We certainly appreciate his efforts. Just perspective here, David is as we say, solo. So he is there. It is just David.
Yes.
And in the road cam with the camera that you're seeing there, he is not shooting. It's automatic. So for folks who are saying, you know, why is he doing this, shooting a camera and driving? That's not what's happening. It's there's a camera that's mounted there inside, and so you're getting those great perspectives, and we certainly appreciate that. But David is risking it. Certainly to bring us those pictures, and he definitely was before the sun come up.
Well, and it's tough, his job, because he's listening to scanners.
Yeah.
He is constantly monitoring the roads while he's driving, and then at the same time we're talking to him.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah, we're the ones that asking him questions. The big takeaway, a couple of takeaways that we've gotten from David this morning is, you know, most folks are driving well below the speed limit. There are some who have not. I don't know if those are the ones that have caused the accidents, but he has seen several accidents, certainly in the overnight hours before the sun came up. This is one where we have this perspective. And as David described, that 18-wheeler you saw just go by to the left of him almost clipped him because they were trying to avoid an icy patch. The icy patch obviously got the vehicles there you see on the left shoulder. And that was a scene that he said he saw 5 or 6 times this morning. Again, it's different now, but it's not great. And if you don't have to leave your home, please don't. You put police, you potentially could cause an accident or be in an accident. And then that, you know, takes police away from maybe another job that they need to be doing.
And as David mentioned, right, he's been staying on the main freeways because those are the best treated areas in our viewing area, because those are the most traveled. So when you think about your neighborhood and you think about the streets that are a little bit windy, a little bit uphill, they probably will have some problems simply because there's ice on it.
Stone Oak, that's a great point by you, because that whole area just north of 1604 hilly. There's a lot of areas there tucked in those subdivisions that, you know, it's very scenic, very pretty, and very treacherous, certainly when there is ice on the road.
Especially Stone Oak Parkway, where you're going up the hill. A lot of those areas, there's communities up on a hill, even over by the rim. There are communities up on a hill. So just be careful as you are checking things out. There's probably ice on the driveways, ice on the sidewalks, ice on the stairs as you're
coming out. By the way, we have not touched on this, I don't think, in at least an hour or so. If you are getting up and you are going to be leaving your home, the odds are you're going to walk out to a car where it is covered in a sheet of ice.
right. If you do not have a garage or
Yes.
even a carport, it's going to be covered with ice. Yes.
So the issue is, and we have all behind the scenes been talking about, what it took to get our vehicle running to get here to the television station this morning. If you have an ice scraper from back in 2021 that you used, you can definitely use that. But the odds are your windshield wipers, at least for the next hour or so, are probably still going to be frozen over to the windshield of your vehicle. So I bring all of this up to say, if you are from South Texas like me, you're like, well, I don't know what to do. What do I do? I didn't prepare. I didn't put a blanket down on my windshield, and now I need to get going. What do I do? So some of the advice and some of the tips from a girl who grew up in Chicago, Illinois, what are they?
You got to run your car. You got to run your car and let it defrost, right? Do not put scalding hot water on your windshield because you will crack it. It'll just break. So you need to put room temperature water if you want to put water on it.
I came so close to doing that this morning.
thank
I was
goodness you
sitting
did.
out on the street waiting and waiting 10 minutes, and I was like, I'm going to be late. I need to get going. And all of a sudden, I thought, well, I'll just go and get some hot water and throw it on. And thank God I didn't. And listen to you guys, the windshield could crack and break.
And the door, I was able to open my door. However, some folks might think like, I can't open the door, so just put room temperature water on
Room
the
temperature.
door. Room temperature. The windshield, yes, no hot water. They can burst, they could crack.
Yeah.
You also, if you have some sort of credit card, debit card, gift card, that too can help you scrape it off little by little. Back in the day, I had CD cases in my car, so that's what I had used many years ago to take the ice
Not
off
the
of
CD,
my
but just the
windshield.
case.
The case,
Yeah.
no, the CD.
Yeah.
But it is frozen. There is not even like a little thing that you could try to get that ice off.
It'll take at minimum half an hour for your car to defrost. My car, it took me like 45 minutes. Really, any metal surface is frozen over. Patio furniture, of course, all the cars, plenty of ice. And in the hill country, that ice is pretty thick.
I was watching a video this morning, Marisa, and I had something blaring out on my computer, and she was like, what are you watching? And it was this reporter in, I think it was Michigan or something like that, and she was talking about these TikTok and home remedies of things de-icing. By the way, if you live in that area and you don't know what to do, that's a you problem. That's not that's.
Right.
But vinegar is certainly one that they kept talking about. 1 part vinegar, 3 parts water, or whatever. Not really. Just run the defroster and
let it thaw out.
and just let it thaw out and just don't be in a hurry today. There's no place to go, so just don't be in a hurry, and you'll get to where you need to go eventually.
Let's check in with Joe DiCarlo. He is over in Kerrville, where they have ice covered, right? The city is covered in ice. Joe, can you hear us?
Well, rats.
I know he's been having some connectivity issues up there.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. There's Joe.
So is he frozen literally, or is it
Yeah.
the shot that's frozen?
He's frozen. The area's frozen. It's a good-looking shot, though. And by the way, that is.
Coming back in.
Yeah. Come on.
The thing is, Joe.
You can't leave unless you're going to get us tacos. Don't leave.
The thing is, Joe has been. Oh, there he is.
There
Okay.
he is.
Hey, Joe, what can you tell us?
Hey Marisa, hey David. Yeah, we're frozen literally and figuratively because it is frigid out here. We had the wind blowing, wind chills in the single digits here in Kerrville. And take a look at the parking lot here. It is just a solid sheet of ice. We've been ice skating around this morning, and that's literally what you have to do, but don't have to be out here. The best thing to do is stay inside. Take a look at this. As we move over to Storm Tracker 4 here, you notice the white, a little bit more traction for me to at least walk and do a live shot. But then you get to this just solid, clear air.
Well, So obviously we're having some technical difficulties with Joe's live shot. The cables and gizmos and all the technology stuff not cooperating. The good news, all jokes aside, the good news for the folks who live in Kerrville, the last time we checked, they are not, despite the ice that you see there, and that is ice, not snow. There are no power outages. I am told that we have Joe back. Joe, are you there?
Hi, Joe.
Joe, just resume where we left off. You were talking about the ice and the issues that it's presenting for folks there in the Kerrville area.
Yeah, David, a lot of issues, and I think the frozenness is getting to our cameras. We're having technical difficulties with that. Behind me.
Oh my. Oh.
Yeah, I believe that was you.
A solid sheet of ice. We have a few cars passing every now and then, but for the most part, it's like a ghost town. This is going south towards downtown Kerrville, the Guadalupe River, and you don't see much traffic. It's just a sheet of ice. Looks like snow, but it's not. It's the sleet that we saw last night. I do want to point out this tree here because people were asking, do you have the ice on the trees? Well, we saw a lot of sleet here in Kerrville. In San Antonio, it was a lot of freezing rain. When you get the freezing rain, it's wet, and then it freezes. When temperatures get below freezing, you get that accretion on some of the elevated surfaces, the trees. Here in Kerrville, we had a lot of sleet. That's more ice pellets, so you get that on the ground, the grass, the roadways, but you notice not much accretion on the trees. We have a little bit of ice here on the bark, but it's not that much on the elevated surfaces, and that also goes for power lines. When you get the freezing rain, you get a lot of ice in the power lines. They start to bring down the power. Here in Kerrville, we have nobody without power this morning, according to the utility, and that's great news because we saw a lot of the sleet. So that's a good thing about getting sleet compared to freezing rain. You don't get as much weight on the trees that bring down trees, and you don't get as much weight on the power lines that causes you to lose power. So that's some good news there. The bad news is, as you can see around me, it's just a sheet of ice. So it's going to take a little bit longer here in the hill country, even when the sun comes up, to melt some of that sleet on the roads. So the next few hours, just don't go on the roads. That's the best advice in the hill country here. Hopefully, as you get towards the lunch hour, the sun could do a little bit of a trick. Maybe we could clear the roads a little bit, melt as much as we can. However, temperatures are not going to get above freezing today here in Kerrville, so that will keep the melting down a little bit. And then once the sun goes down, we're going to have more black ice and more slick spots on those roads tonight into tomorrow morning. So that's what we're dealing with right now in the hill country. If you can, stick inside. It is bitterly cold, and we have just a sheet of ice everywhere you go. David, Marisa.
The car there in Kerrville. Joe, thank you so much for that report. We'll check back in with Joe throughout the morning. I said to you behind the scenes, we were trying to figure out the name of the park and had forgotten it. Shame on us. Shame on me. Louise Hayes Park there, that shot that we have from the weather cam, and it's one that we saw obviously over and over and over again on the 4th of July and the flooding, and that was almost the benchmark shot of how we were measuring things there. And then you see it now, so 6 months later, it's not covered in water, it's covered in this sheet of sleet.
Right.
And so if anybody in South Texas deserves a break from the conditions of Mother Nature, it's certainly our friends in Kerrville. So hopefully everyone there can just stay inside, stay warm, stay off the roads. Seems like a bit of an issue to try and get anywhere. So if you're watching us from Kerrville, just please, just chill out and hang out and just enjoy your Sunday, and don't get out in the elements and make news. We would rather you just be safe. Do want to go to Emma Allen. She is out in the elements right here are you still in the medical center?
Yes.
You do not,
Yeah, David and Marisa.
She does not look happy.
Sorry, go ahead.
It looks cold.
Yeah, it might look like I'm crying. I am internally, but I'm actually not. It's just this wind that is hitting my face so hard. My feet are so cold too, but something I want to show you now. We are in the same area, but we now have a different view. Right behind us is I-10 and the 410 interchange, but that bridge right there, that overpass is actually completely frozen over. We have seen cars come through there this morning, all morning long, with either their flashers on or just going at extremely slow speeds, because that right there, there's a car coming down right now. That right there is a complete sheet of ice. If you plan on getting out this way on I-10, 410, especially if you are on these bridges, definitely take your time. And here's the thing too, people understand if you have to drive slow today. Now, maybe not, you know, when all this stuff melts, but if you're having to drive slow, people get it. It's scary to drive out on these roads that are covered in this ice. And something else too, I know I pointed out earlier, but a lot of these roads right here, these little side roads, are completely frozen over. I'm having to plant my feet to make sure that I do not fall in between shots. And I worried that some people outside their homes, especially getting out in their cars today, that this is going to be a big issue for a lot of people. You can see it's not much ice, but again, it doesn't take much ice to make you slip and fall.
Emma Allen there, live along I-10. Emma, that is you got a front row seat to some folks who could be in some treacherous situations. And again, you look at it, the way the camera is set up right now, it looks like that's just nothing but snow and ice behind Emma, right? And then when they zoom in, when our photographer zooms, I think you're with Blake. When Blake zooms in and adjusts the iris, we see the roads actually normal with a little bit of a sheet of ice. But those roads coming off those ramps.
It's crazy that so my heart just stops when I see the vehicles coming down the ramp.
Yeah.
Because that's icy. That's ice. I avoided all of that kind of stuff.
A lot of 18-wheelers out this morning, which is certainly scary. We did see a Via bus, and I said to you guys when Emma was talking, so there's apparently we have bus service that is running, which is essential for folks who are using that to get to wherever they need to go.
And we're going to check on that to see if it's on a limited
for sure.
Yeah, limited route.
Emma, you guys be safe. We'll check back in with Emma Allen throughout the morning as well. Stationed there, I-10 area near the medical center. So,
and most likely that's like the brine kind of dried up there.
That white stuff that we're seeing on it.
Yes, it's as Emma mentioned. It's the secondary roads, the parking lots, sidewalks, stairwells. It makes sense why churches and such closed today. Bitter cold, plus still some icy spots. And the good news is, with the dry air in place, the sun today, and temperatures getting above freezing, a lot of that ice here will be melted. Will be melting in the hill country, though. I don't think they're going to see much improvement when it comes to any ice melt, because there's sheets of sleet there and temperatures may stay below freezing all
And just
day.
driving up in the hill country too, like over in Stone Oak, it's a lot of country roads. So I don't know.
Small roads. I don't know if
I
they were treated.
I don't know if they've been treated.
Yeah.
So it's dangerous if you are driving in the hill country area. A lot of those county roads probably have a thin sheet of ice on it.
Obviously TxDOT has done a great job with treating the roads. That's why I do believe the bridges and overpass for the most part did stay open. But yeah, it's just those icy spots that are going to linger in some of those secondary roads. Let's go to the map so we can see how the weather's going to improve as we go through the day. So the precipitation, it's done. No additional precipitation today or tomorrow, but we're going to be left with some dangerous, bitter cold across the area. Wind chill temperatures are dangerously low. Still keep in mind that there will be some ice in spots. The hill country, though, is where the ice is pretty much going to stay, especially on those grassy surfaces. And we saw the live shot in Kerrville. Joe showed us that sheet of ice where he was at. Here is live powered Doppler radar. Nothing to see here. As I mentioned, the precipitation has ended. That is all drifting outside of Texas to the east. This is a big system now for areas east of the Mississippi. There's rain along the Louisiana coast. That's ice closer to the I-20 corridor from northern Louisiana to northern Mississippi. Check out that snow. That is a very heavy snow covering parts of the Midwest now from Missouri to Ohio, and heavy snow also getting towards the northeast. We have an area of high pressure that's starting to build across the high plains, so the Dakotas, Minnesota, Iowa, starting to see some clear skies. Temperatures, this Arctic blast, well, it is here and it continues to spread farther to the south and east. Temperatures across the northeast, particularly particularly in New York City, single digits. Pittsburgh 12. It's 1 in Kansas City. Also seeing single digit temperatures in Amarillo. In our viewing area, it is frigid. We'll check out the temperatures here coming up. Now, Kerrville. This is Louise Hayes Park. The white that you see on those grassy surfaces, and even on the bridge there over the Guadalupe River, that is not snow. That is a sleet pack. Sleet packs there in the hill country, measuring between a ½ inch to an inch plus. And again, with temperatures there staying below freezing all day, don't think we'll see much melting. Temperatures here in Bexar County, here you go. This is how cold it is. Although the ice, the winter weather has moved away, the bitter cold is here. And if you happen to go out this morning, my goodness, dress in layers. 22 right now in San Antonio, 20 around Helotes, the Rim, Scenic Oaks, Universal City, right now at 21 degrees. It's in the teens up across the hill country, low to mid-teens from Rock Springs to Kerrville, upper teens in Boerne. Now let's take a look at the winds, because once that gust of wind hits you, my goodness, you really shiver. Gusts 20 to 30 plus miles an hour. And this is how cold it feels like. Wind chills in the single digits here. Feels like it's 8. Feels like it's below 0 in Rock Springs. Single digit wind chills in Kerrville. It likely feels like it's about 2 to 3 degrees in Kerrville. Future radar. You can see no additional precipitation. We'll have clear skies. It's going to gradually clear out over the next hour or so. Should see mostly sunny skies for the rest of the day. Tonight, tomorrow morning, we're going to be in a deep freeze with temperatures dropping into the teens. If the areas don't dry up quickly enough, if there's still some wet spots tonight once the sun goes down, that's going to freeze over, and that's going to be a concern for tonight into tomorrow morning. As I take you through the rest of the day, again, becoming mostly sunny, we'll be below freezing until midday, and then we should make it above freezing after 3 this afternoon. I do have a forecast high, about 34, 35, should hit that by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Eastern zone, mid-30s, hill country. Below 32, mid to upper 20s. That is it. 25 to as high as 27 is the high temperature today for Kerrville. Out west, temperatures there climbing to the mid 30s. Record low temperatures tonight. The record low for tomorrow in San Antonio is 20. I have a forecast low of 18. Monday night, Tuesday morning, another very cold period there with temperatures in the teens. Through the rest of the week, we'll see temperatures warming up, mid-50s Wednesday. Thursday morning will be just above freezing by the afternoon, upper 50s. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Bitter cold stays in place for the next several days. By the end of the week, going into next weekend, we'll likely track another front, and that could produce showers, but some computer models are hinting that there could be some maybe rain and snow in the hill country by late Friday. More details on that, of course, in the coming days. But that's it for now.
All right, Jeanette, sounds good. It's good to know that the sun is going to peek out and
thank goodness,
hopefully melt a little bit of this ice that's on the roads.
Could use a smidge of warm.
Right, a little bit. San Antonio is bearing the bitter blast, and many are staying indoors. That's good, but some are going out to get essentials. The weather went from freezing mist to freezing drizzle last night and into the morning.
Yeah, a lot of folks chose to stay in, so a lot less folks on the road. Some obviously doing what TxDOT has said now for the better part of 48 hours, that's to stay inside. A reminder here, HEB does not open in San Antonio until 9 a.m., so about 20 minutes away from that. In the Kerrville area, as of now, according to the HEB, they are opening at 10. From what we have seen, I don't know if that's going to change, but from what we have seen in the Joe DiCarlo live shots, I don't know if I would be leaving my home if I lived in Kerrville,
right.
Not with the sheets of ice. Nevertheless, here's News 4's Phil Sterling with more on the elements that San Antonio has now been facing over the last 24 hours.
During Saturday's bitter blast, Mason McLaren walked to an HEB in the Fair Oaks area in shorts.
I live in Texas. It doesn't happen very often.
He was just hoping to buy the food he needs, hoping because shoppers flooded stores throughout the San Antonio area yesterday, leaving many of them with empty shelves.
Yes, I've been seeing bread aisles and stuff completely wiped.
We caught up with Chuma Ozawalu filling up his car late this afternoon because he was done for the day. He closed his tropical smoothie the cafe he owns because no one was coming in.
Looks like we're at war or something. Everybody is at home, hiding away, you know. So it's not good for people feeling good, moving around. It's not good for business.
He says after living in the Northeast, he's seen weather like this before, but is concerned Texas won't have the tools to deal with these temperatures.
So it's better you just stay away from the highway.
TxDOT officials agree, but for days now, their crews have been treating highways. They've been treating from Kerrville to Uvalde. Their trucks can be seen in lines like these, spraying antifreeze brine mix to prevent ice buildup.
I'm going slow and stuff like that. I'm trying to, you know, especially because I got a kid too.
It's pretty dangerous, but I'm hoping that this year it's just cold for a few days and then we can all get back to normal life.
Melissa Vega at the live desk. We have been monitoring live pictures, including from our TransGuide cameras, and we've also been following the latest from CPS Energy, their crews. And let's go ahead and take a look at one of their messages that they put out shortly, if we can. They were talking about how one of the main things that they're dealing with are the down power lines, and that is what is happening right now. You have the down power lines, and that is what's causing the outages. And we also have some video that is coming into our newsroom as well. We've been sharing the video with you as well. The ice, that has been the story of the morning. This is from Stephanie Lerma. We also have some more video that we want to show you. If we can get to that, leaving the car window rolled down, and guess what? You get an ice window. And it's just not the people that are bundling up. You also have the pets as well. You know, we have been seeing some pet pictures as well. We also have, take a look at this. This was sent in by Dylan Baldwin. This is over in Bernie. His dog with his winter fit. He had a sweater and he also had some little shoes on as well. I know you can't see those shoes there. We also have some new images coming in. Want to show you, posted by St. Luke Catholic Church. This is over on the northwest side, not far from Callahan off Manitou Drive. The church grounds being prepared for Sunday service. So they have posted those as well. And the Comal County, you know, we have been following also some information coming out of other surrounding areas. And as Jeanette has been talking about, that wintry precipitation moving out, but crews are reporting that ice, that slush on the Comal County roads. You have some traffic lights that are out, some closures over at Steep Hill, at the Summit and Skyline Drive as well. And speaking of all of the travel, we have also been following a live look of an interactive map of the road conditions, not only throughout Bexar County and our area, but throughout the state of Texas. And this has been giving of what the perspective of what it looks like right now across the state of Texas. And we can see all of the gray dots that represent the Texas map. So hopefully we could show that to you at some point, just to kind of give you more of a perspective onto what is happening not only in Bexar County, but throughout the state of Texas. So we're going to continue to monitor. Here we go. Here we have the latest interactive map. This is Drive Texas. So this is sent out through TxDOT, and you can see all of those gray dots. Those are not just little markers, but all of those gray dots represent either ice or snow. And this is on our Texas roads right now. It looks pretty gray right now, all the way up from the Panhandle, West Texas. You can see down through our area as well. Those little, I don't know if you can see them, those little red dots with those exclamation marks, those represent some bad accidents. So this just gives you a bigger perspective of what the state is looking like right now as we deal with the ice on all of our roadways. And the roadways here right now, as we continue to monitor the live TransGuide cameras, they've kind of been in rotation. Not many cars out right now on the roads due to the weather. That is the very latest from the live desk.
All right, Melissa Vega there, great Melissa Vega there. It's fun to work when we have these kind of things where we, this is just funniness behind the scenes, but you know, Melissa works nights, and so we rarely get to see her. And so having her today with our morning crew is a lot of fun. What's the vibe here? Are we getting? I'm not leaving Kerrville out of it, right? So Kerrville is a separate entity, but San Antonio and the surrounding area around there, better than it was obviously an hour ago.
Maybe not an hour ago, but better than it was probably before daybreak, before 6, 5, with the sun now up, at least you can see more of those icy patches, as opposed to when it's dark, you can't see the black ice. We're going to continue to thaw out. Temperatures will get above freezing this afternoon. The sun is up, the dry air has moved in, so all of that will help to melt any ice that's out there. Of course, the exception being the hill country, because even with the sun, the sheets of sleet will stay in place. Temperatures there are not going to get above freezing. Roads, though, I would say for the most part improving. I've been saying this, doable, but proceed with caution if you are heading out. It's the secondary roads, the sidewalks, the parking lots. Emma and Joe have showed us, still pretty icy in the parking lots. And yeah, that's why a lot of churches, I'm sure, canceled service. CBC, by the way, Community Bible Church, they will have an online service at 10 o'clock this morning. So the church is closed, but you can still get the word online.
And to piggyback off of that, church services are probably still, for the most part, on. However, the Archdiocese has mentioned, even though Sunday's typically a day of obligation for Catholics, you do not need to go to church today, simply because the weather is bad. So you are excused. But most Catholic churches here in San Antonio, like mine, St. Mark's, they usually have they stream it live.
Okay.
So
helpful.
Yeah,
for sure.
try to catch it online today, because you give a good time frame of, or give them a good time frame of when maybe to venture out, maybe after noon?
After 12 o'clock, yes. In fact, we have that ice storm warning for the area, well, mainly with the hill country, at noon. So I would say if you do want to go out after 12. And keep in mind that although temperatures will get above freezing this afternoon, it's only going to be for about 3 hours before the sun goes down and we get back to below freezing.
Is that enough to dry out the pockets of water on the roads and everything?
Yeah, because the sun, with the sun, enough sunshine now, the sun's already up and we're actually seeing some sun. It's going to get even sunnier by about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. So that's going to help with the melting. And then if there's anything that's still wet, well, it's going to freeze over tonight into tomorrow morning.
So the travel tomorrow should be better than it was today, although school's canceled for tomorrow.
However, you still have to be careful.
But the bitter cold, be colder tomorrow than it was today?
Actual air temperatures, yes. So we're in the 20s right now. It feels colder with the wind. Tomorrow morning, we're not really going to have the wind, but actual temperatures will drop into the teens because we're not going to have any cloud cover tonight, tomorrow morning. And so that means temperatures do get to drop even lower.
Okay, so your pocket window is from
after 12 today.
12 to 3. And come back home. That's what we're going to do.
Go out real fast, but not too fast, and then come back home and get under the covers.
If you have to go out, yeah.
Sounds like a great Sunday to me. Some football games on. Just going to hang out and enjoy life. Stay with us. Continuing coverage of this winter blast right here on News 4 continues right after this.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Hour number 3 here of our breaking news continuing coverage of, by the way, no name, right? We're not giving the storm a name.
No.
Okay. That was something that I learned from Jeanette in a commercial break earlier. Whatever you hear, that's not what we do. We just know it's cold. So
it's not a name that's given from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
And we save those names for hurricanes.
All right.
But yeah, there are other media companies that use names for winter storms.
Yeah.
And when they started that just a few years ago, the National Weather Service were like, oh, that's going to confuse people, with hurricane names. So we'll leave that out for the winter.
But that makes sense. I like that. Yeah. I like the fact that it's a storm.
It's a storm
cold.
happening in the winter time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe you guys would find that interesting at this point. And with that, good morning, good Sunday morning to you. It's January 25th. And it is very bitterly cold outside in San Antonio. I'm David Chancellor. Thank you for waking up with us.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. This is our special coverage of the weather that's happening all across South Texas and in our area. Jeanette's been all over the weather. So when is a good window for folks to potentially venture out?
If you have to go out, I would say you can go out, but just proceed with caution. Keep in mind that some parking lots may still have ice on them. But if you'll feel better leaving after 10, 11, maybe 12, I would say between 12 and 5. That's a good window if you have to go out to be out and about. Although I'm not expecting any additional precipitation, there still could be some icy spots through the rest of the morning. And then we're left with the bitter cold. It's very, very cold outside.
It is cold.
I mean, wind chill temperatures in the teens here in San Antonio, single digits farther north, even the north side of town in the single digits and up across the hill country.
Before we go to Jeanette, we just stepped outside just a moment ago, back lot of our parking lot here. And this is not a blanket statement, but the stairs and sidewalks and all of that driveway area, that was fine, right? Just for us. What was iced over was all the railings.
Anything metal.
Right, yeah. So for you folks that are going to walk out of your apartment or your house, you're going to grip onto something, know that that's probably frozen over. And certainly for our elderly viewers, want to make sure that they're aware of that and really cautious in making sure they got a firm grip on what they're holding on to and what they're stepping onto. So you folks, if you can stay inside, please do so. Other than that, seeing a bit of improvement.
And if you're just tuning in, anything that's metal, it's covered in ice. If your car was parked outside, that's completely covered in ice. The ice is pretty thick on the windshield, so it's going to take a while for your car to defrost and thaw out. But let's go to the map so we can see how we're going to see things improving across the area. The precipitation for the most part is done, but I want to show you this shot of Kerrville. You can kind of make out in the distance there. I'm trying to make out those maybe look like some snowflakes. This is not going to accumulate. It's not going to obviously impact travel or add to any icing there in Kerrville, but very pretty to look at. I believe Joe, who is in Kerrville, mentioned earlier that he did see a few snowflakes flying around, and here's a closer look at that. So the precipitation pretty much has done. Will continue to is done with. We'll see a gradual clearing as we go through the day. The sun is out. It is starting to shine, and we'll continue to see lots of sunshine through the rest of this Sunday. Dangerous wind chill temperatures, though. It is frigid out there, and it's going to stay bitterly cold throughout the night tonight into tomorrow morning as well. The hill country will not make it above freezing today. Not much improvements in the hill country today. We're talking from Campwood to Kerrville, perhaps even north of Bernie, near New Braunfels, this area right around here, although I'm not anticipating any additional precipitation that's going to accumulate. Sleet packs there are measuring over a ½ an inch. We're seeing clear skies across south central Texas. Live power Doppler radar not detecting anything. Anything that is flying is very light, so it's too light for radar to detect it. There goes the heavy stuff, heavy rain moving east towards Louisiana. The coast of Louisiana getting heavy downpours. That's also approaching New Orleans. Northern Louisiana, northern Mississippi, that is ice. Heavy snow farther north from there, now entering the Tennessee Valley, the Midwest, and overspreading the Northeast. Here is a live look outside in Kerrville. Again, those are those fat snowflakes that are most likely flying around there. That is not snow. that's covering Kerrville. In fact, this is Louise Hayes Park. That's the Guadalupe, which, by the way, very, very slow flow there. Those are sleet packs. So that is a sheet of ice, a sheet of sleet, ice there in the grassy surfaces in Kerrville. Temperatures, teens and 20s. These are the actual temperatures. It does feel a lot colder with that north wind. This is how cold it feels like. It feels like it's 11 at the airport. Single-digit wind chills on the north side of town and up into much of the hill country. Feels like it's below 0 in Rock Springs. Taking you through the rest of the day, future radar showing you no additional precipitation. The satellite picture also showing you clear skies. It is going to be mostly sunny for the rest of the day. That's going to help to melt any ice across the area, especially south of the hill country. For the afternoon, mostly sunny. It will be clear tonight into tomorrow morning. With the clear skies and that Arctic air still here, it'll likely get even colder. I am forecasting temperatures in the teens tonight through tomorrow morning, with wind chills a little lower than that. Tomorrow in the afternoon, it'll be sunny and will make it above freezing. Forecast for the rest of the day, few scattered clouds through 11, and then it's mostly sunny. We'll be in the 20s through the rest of the morning, just below freezing until midday, and then we'll make it above freezing after 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. Do have a forecast high in the mid-30s. We'll get to that between 4 and 5. Once the sun goes down, temperatures drop below freezing. We'll be in the 20s after 6 o'clock in the evening. And then tomorrow in the morning, you'll be waking up to temperatures in the teens. The hill country staying below 32, below freezing throughout the day. Highs there in the mid to upper 20s. Quick peek at your 7-day forecast. Closer look at this coming up.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning. Good Sunday morning to you. Normally used to seeing the three of us certainly during the week, but we are happy and proud to be here walking you through this winter blast this morning on the 25th of January, where temperatures are below 25, I believe.
Yeah, it is frigid, although the precipitation has ended, not seeing any additional sleet, freezing rain, freezing drizzle. It's bitterly cold outside.
And there was some, I asked you this earlier, but for folks who are just now waking up, and we're going to walk everybody through. If you're just tuning in, thank you for waking up with us. We appreciate that. We've got crews out. Emma Allen has been over in the medical center, but we are going to send her over to HEB, which I believe, according to the HEB, is open now in San Antonio areas at 9 a.m. So going to see what's happening there. Joe DiCarlo is in Kerrville. If you have not heard, Kerrville is under a sheet of sleet.
Sleet. It's like a skating rink, though.
Yeah, everything is frozen over there. Good news is I believe most people in Kerrville have power. Anywhere between 5 and 10,000 people in San Antonio without power. CPS Energy working like crazy to make sure that they have that restored in a timely fashion. That's sort of the bullet points of what this morning is so far.
And the good thing is, with the sun up, you can see where the ice is.
Yeah.
There's still ice, though.
There is.
And it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Anything that's made out of metal, for example, your car, truck, motorcycle, that's all frozen over. Lots of ice on it. Areas farther south, not as much ice, but the farther north you are, the more ice there is. Joe mentioned this earlier in Kerrville, Kerr County, portions of Kendall County. It's mostly sleet packs where that accumulates on the ground, grassy surfaces, sidewalks, parking lots, but not on trees and power lines, because sleet pellets, they bounce off of that, but it does accumulate on the ground. Here, though, we had freezing rain, freezing drizzle. That does build up on trees and power lines, and we had lots of power outages last night, and I believe we're still dealing with some power outages this morning.
Let's see, we got 47 outages currently, and now we're down below 5,000. So that's good news. That's the lowest we've seen, certainly in the last few hours. So 4,900 customers affected. That's still about 5,000 people who are in some real bitter cold right now without power.
And roads, for the most part, you know, kind of improving slowly but surely. Not a lot of ice on them, but just some patches, mostly on the secondary roads. I think TxDOT did a good job kind of treating some of the major roads. The white stuff, I believe that's kind of the brine that has dried up. Lots of dry air now coming in. So if you do have to head out, just drive very slowly, drive carefully, especially once you get off the highway.
Like ice right there, huh?
Yeah, that's where you have to be careful. I noticed it's kind of on the side. Any ice that's left over, it's on the side of the road.
On the shoulder where nobody's driven.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. And that's why I also said some of the secondary roads, frontage roads, those maybe still a little bit of ice on them, but I would say travel is doable, just be extra careful.
That car's driving too fast.
Too fast.
Yes.
Just zipping along.
We are being judgy, but man, you know what we've seen, and we say that because I don't know if we have the video, guys. Our David Mendoza was in road cam all morning long, and you know, it was treacherous when the sun, when it was still dark and the sun was down. Yeah, this is what he saw 5 or 6 times. This, I believe, was on 35 through the heart of downtown. Couple of vehicles spun out and crashed into the median there on the left-hand side. And David described, you saw that 18-wheeler fly past him on his left-hand side. He said he almost hit him, almost clipped him. And there's another one, car going in the wrong direction. You don't want to be that.
And it was on the elevated overpasses.
Yeah.
So that's what's difficult, is the fact that ice accumulates on those elevated areas, and it becomes very, very dangerous. But as Jeanette said, the roads are getting better. They're much easier to drive on now that the sun is up, but there are still patches of ice throughout the roadways. Let's show you some chime-in photos and videos that we got from our viewers. Take a look at this. See, you might be waking up to this exact picture. Frozen windshield, frozen windshield wipers, a lot of stuff. Just, you know, do not throw hot water on your car if it looks like this morning, because you will crack your windshield, and that's not going to be a good thing for you.
Best way to do that is to run your car for 10, 20, 30. You guys are saying about 45 minutes. It didn't take me that long, but maybe I didn't have as much ice. But bottom line is you're going to have to do a little bit of work if you're going to go anywhere before that ice melts on your windshield. And hopefully some of you have a scraper left over from the ice storm in 2021. If not, credit card, debit card works. Although, man, I would be kind of apprehensive of using a credit card. I feel like it'd break.
Well, you would have to wait for, so my windshield was covered in a thick ice. You would have to wait for that to thin out to then use the debit card.
Yeah.
Yes.
It won't work if the ice is too thick. This person, Teresa Campbell, put the wipers up in hopes that, you know, they're going to help
They're stuck
her
now.
out later.
Teresa, I'm
they
sorry.
They kind of froze that way. You
Yeah.
can see the ice build up on the wipers.
Well, and that's the thing. We do that in the Midwest, right? So that your windshield wipers won't stick to your windshield.
Yeah.
That happened to me.
So that's the thing. It's okay. It's fine. This is Tracy Avito. Oh, no, that's not. This is just video of folks trying to get the ice off their car.
Yeah.
They're trying to get in their car with
Well,
all that
lukewarm
ice.
water, tap or room temperature water. You put that on your doors, your handles. All of that will certainly help. This is not good. This is
frozen.
Is this from yesterday? If this is from, because this is or unless this is shot just in the last hour and a half, yeah. But
That's what people are waking up to this morning.
That is certainly. It's actually kind of, you know, if you're, well, here we go. This is Tracy Ovidio with a snowball made of ice and
Sleet, like a sleet ball.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt if she throws it at someone for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just there's an element to this. If you can stay inside, obviously, and not drive anywhere, there is an element of fun. We saw a little boy earlier who ran outside, and I believe it might have been the first time that he'd ever seen sleet or ice, and he was so excited. And certainly in that case, you see that joy and you see that innocence, and then you see the other part where you see the craziness and the spinning out, and we've watched folks come off the flyovers from I-10 to 410 and all that, and you just think, oh my gosh. So there's a real, you're trying to walk a real fine line of appreciating and enjoying Mother Nature, and then also being a little bit distrustful because she got a little bite to her this morning.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting any additional precipitation to fall from the sky, but it's going to stay brutally cold. And we would love to see your pictures and videos. Head to news4sanantonio.com. Look for the Chime In tab. Click on where it says Chime In and follow the directions there. We've been getting some awesome pictures and video, and make sure you shoot the video and take those pictures from a safe location. You want to make sure that the deck is not slippery, maybe the front porch or the driveway. So yes, news4sanantonio.com. Click on Chime In. Precipitation done, except for some snowflakes maybe flying around in portions of the hill country. That's not going to accumulate. By the way, that is sleet that's covering Kerrville. Gradual clearing as we go through the day. Still icy in some spots in San Antonio through the morning, but throughout the day in the hill country. Temperatures will stay below freezing in the hill country today. Dangerous wind chill temperatures. It is very cold right now. Tomorrow morning it's not going to be as windy, but it will be even colder with actual temperatures dropping into the teens. Live power Doppler radar, well, it is pretty clear. The precipitation moving towards the eastern U.S., just a little scattering of snow moving towards west central Texas and towards the panhandle. That's not going to come this far south. Here is a live look outside in Kerrville. Again, the whites there, Louise Hayes Park covered in white. That's not snow. That is sleet. I've been saying this all morning. Sleet packs measuring up to a ½ an inch or a little more in portions of the hill country. Temperatures right now below freezing all across the 4 zones. It's in the teens from Bernie to Kerrville and Rock Springs. We're seeing low 20s in San Antonio, 23 degrees. That's at the airport. Down to the south, it's also pretty cold. 30 in Cotulla, 31 in Goliad. The farther north you are, the thicker the ice buildup is. Not so much across the south. Gusty winds out of the north, not quite as high as yesterday, but high enough to give us these feels-like temperatures. Single digits is what it feels like throughout the hill country from New Braunfels to Bernie, including the north side of San Antonio. Closer to the airport, it feels like it's 11. Sunshine as we go through the afternoon. That's going to help to melt some of the ice. Tonight we'll have clear skies. That's why it's going to be a lot colder. Tonight, tomorrow morning, temperatures in the teens. Tomorrow afternoon, plenty of sunshine. This is pretty dangerous cold for us. We'll see the temperatures climbing above freezing after 2 o'clock this afternoon. By 4 p.m. 34, 35. Tonight, though, freezing cold once again. Once the sun goes down, temperatures will drop below freezing. Upper 20s between 7 and 8. Mid 20s for the rest of the evening. Then will likely drop to the upper teens after midnight, and that's what you'll be waking up to tomorrow morning. Hill country, 25 to as high as 27 for the high. Western zone mid 30s. Eastern zone also climbing just above freezing. Weather alert for your Monday and Tuesday, and that's because we'll have those frigid temperatures each morning. The afternoons, however, make it to the upper 30s tomorrow, upper 40s on Tuesday. For the rest of the week, you'll still need to bundle up, especially in the morning hours. Make sure the kiddos do have the winter gear ready to go each day this week, although classes are canceled for tomorrow morning. The rest of the week in the morning still pretty cold. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. By the end of the week into next weekend, we could see some more rain across the area. Not winter weather, but if that happens to change, of course, we'll let you know.
Melissa Vega at the live desk. We have been following live pictures. We've also been tracking CPS Energy. They're working to restore the power safely to outages. And one of the things that they say the primary causes of the reported outages for the crews has been ice-covered tree limbs falling on to power lines. They want to remind people not to go near the down power lines, and as always, treat it as live and to report them by calling CPS Energy immediately. I don't know if we can show you some video that we have. This is a live interactive map that we are actually seeing of the road conditions throughout the entire state of Texas right now. You can see all of those gray dots right now representing the ice and the snow that we have on the roads. I don't know if we also have some video or pictures that we can show you as well as other things that are happening. If we have those, there we go. We have some video of the ice. That has been the story all morning. A lot of ice there. We also see if we can have some more video that we can show for you as well. If we can get that going. I'm not sure what we, there we go. Here is some more ice. I understand that we are getting more video and more pictures through our Chime In. So if you want to share your video and your pictures with us through our Chime In section, all you have to do is go to news4sa.com, click on the Chime In section, and upload your video and your pictures. All right, here we have Dylan Baldwin, who sent us a picture of his dog there. These are of the icy conditions over in Bernie. The dog wrapped up in a sweater. He also has some little boots on. You can't see him from this picture, but he also has some boots on as well. We've also been getting some more pictures from other areas as well and video. We've also been getting pictures from St. Luke Catholic Church. This is over on the northwest side off of Manitou Drive. They were actually preparing the sidewalks and kind of getting everything cleared out for the morning for churchgoers. Parking lot a little empty there. And Public Works, San Antonio Public Works Department also sending out just an alert that some traffic lights were going to be out because of power. So if you do come across a traffic light that is out, make sure to treat that as an all-way stop. That is, you know, if it's dark or if it's flashing red. There we go. Drivers may encounter a signalized intersection to be without power or flashing red. So if you do come across a traffic signal throughout the day that's like this, just treat this as an all-way stop. Flashing red, all-way stop. Just be careful if you do have to drive out. So again, we're going to continue to monitor the latest roads, and if we come across more video, more pictures, we of course will send the very latest to you, and you can have the latest video and pictures. We will share them, and that is the latest from the Live Desk.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Just want to update folks about the city of Kerrville. Now, again, there's been a lot of ice all throughout the area. We've been talking to Joe DiCarlo. He's been there. So just want to make sure that folks are staying safe while they are there. Of course, everything is pretty much shut down in Kerrville, just like here. And they want to retreat the area. So just be aware of that.
It's a good time to stay at home. A lot of folks, though, believe it or not, are flying somewhere, and hopefully it's somewhere warm for them. We have watched all morning long, certainly here in San Antonio from San Antonio International. Many flights have been delayed or canceled. About 13,000 flights around the country have been canceled, although there really is no rhyme or reason, and I find this fascinating looking at the flight tracker from out of San Antonio. You know, so Dallas, San Diego, Oakland, those flights all canceled. There's a flight to Fort Lauderdale, which sounds absolutely fantastic, at 10:30 this morning. And then there's a flight into Kansas City later today in about an hour that is on time and ready to go as well. And that is the Arctic right now. I talked to a friend of mine from Kansas City yesterday, and she said it was just absolutely brutal. So bottom line on that, I'm trying to, long story short, you need to, if you are flying somewhere today, make sure you're checking your apps, make sure you're checking with your flight carrier to make sure that nothing has changed with that. Other than that, as you make your way north, not just roads, but airports, things a little bit dicey in the Austin area.
That's right. Our Betty Cross is at Austin's Bergstrom International Airport with the latest developments.
What we're seeing right now at the Austin airport beats what happens even on the slowest days out here. In fact, I talked to a couple of workers just a little while ago, and they told me they haven't seen the airport this empty since the COVID pandemic. Here's a look at the departure board at AUS. Early this morning, more than half the flights were canceled, but the situation is slowly improving. The terminal is still emptier than most people have ever seen it.
It's quiet. I like it. The getting here was the hardest part because it was frozen roads and you're driving 30 miles an hour, but now I think it's chill, so we'll see.
I have never seen an airport so empty and nobody's here. No one was on the roads and no one's in the airport. It's shocking.
The airport does expect more people to be here later today. The flights that were delayed are starting to actually take off. They're expecting that from about noon on. So the situation improving, and of course a lot of what we're seeing here doesn't have to do with the fact that Austin can't deal with departures. It's that the airports that they would go to up in the Midwest and Northeast, they're not accepting flights. So it's kind of a chain reaction of different problems, but they do expect the situation to get better by later today. Betty Cross reporting in Austin.
Let's check out some of these pictures from CPS Energy. No, we're going to look at TransGuide cameras right now.
There was something happening there. Do you guys know what was happening there? It looked like there was cars in the middle of the road in the highway. Hopefully we'll cycle through back, but there was an accident there that we should definitely get an update on.
Jeanette saying that the weather, obviously the sun is coming up, so that should melt out some of the ice, but roads are
we're ready to go.
Still a little bit treacherous, and that's Joe DiCarlo's voice.
Yeah, so we will figure out what's happening on the roads here through TransGuide and all of that. Do want to go northwest, I guess, to Kerrville. Hold on, real quick, Joe. That is the shot that I'm talking about, and it looks like
that doesn't look good.
They have shut something down, so we do need to get you some information on that. While we do that, let's go to Joe DiCarlo. He is in Kerrville, where it is much colder than it is here, believe it or not, and conditions are a little more treacherous as well. Do we have Joe?
Hey, David. Hey, Marisa. Yeah, exactly what you mentioned, David. It's a lot colder here. It is. It feels like the single digits, and it feels every bit of the single digits out here, especially when the wind hits you. Your face is pretty much frozen. We have a few flurries flying. About 10 minutes ago, we had a light snow shower. That was a nice way to end the winter storm. Still a few snow flurries. I'm not sure if it comes out on camera, but between me and the camera, you see a few snowflakes falling right now. Nice way to end the winter storm, but for the most part here in Kerrville, it was sleet during the late night yesterday and this morning, the overnight period. Put down about a ½ inch or so of ice on the road. And it is a complete skating rink. We've been sliding around all morning long. As you take a look here down toward back by Storm Tracker 4, we have one car here moving. Hopefully they're safe as they hit the roads. And then you notice this little sheet of ice. It's a little bit more slippery here on the clear area. There's a little bit more traction on the whites, but anywhere is just dangerous to walk. And then let me show you the roads right now. As that car or that truck we were just showing you left our hotel, now on the road headed southbound here. As you look down towards downtown Kerrville, you notice a few more cars and trucks on the road compared to about an hour ago. So people are slowly starting to come out a little bit more, but for the most part, it is still like a ghost town. It's pretty quiet. We were talking to people in the hotel, and one person needs to get back to Austin, another one going towards Louisiana, and they're just kind of waiting right now. They're going to leave around lunchtime or so after checkout here, trying to get some late checkouts because they're just trying to stay warm in the hotel and wait for the sun to come out to hopefully melt a little bit of this sleet off the roads here in the hill country. But the next few hours, it's going to continue to be like this until we can get the sun out. A lot of clouds right now. Temperatures are well below freezing, so nothing helping us out to melt any of this at the current moment. We're not expected to get above freezing today in Kerrville, so that will keep us pretty frozen. The sun is what we're banking on to hopefully clear some of these roads, and also the TxDOT crews that continue to go up and down 16, I-10 as well. They're trying to help the roads out a little bit as well. But for the most part, this morning, if you could stay inside, that is the best thing to do. It's a lot warmer, more cozy. Trust me, we're standing out here for you so you don't have to go outside. It is not worth it. It is way too cold, and the roads are just not worth risking your life to get on them right now, especially here in the hill country. So hopefully we can start to see improvements here once the sun comes out. But right now it is still an icy scene here in Kerrville. Back over to you, David and Marisa.
icy, and you see the snow flurries in his shot.
Yeah.
Are those snow flurries, Joe?
Those are, yeah, they are snow flurries. It was coming down a little bit about 10 minutes ago. I was like, wow, it's snowing. It's actually snowing pretty good. It's not expected to last. This is kind of the back end of the winter storm, mainly just throwing out a few flurries here on the backside, but we had a quick little snow shower. That was kind of cool to see, but it's not sticking. It's all sleet that's on the roads and on the parking lot right now.
Joe, it occurs to me as we've watched, and by the way, you've been fantastic all weekend long, and you have been out standing there now for several hours, but it occurs to me, you've lost your Chicago card, my friend. You are full-on South Texan now. The way you're bundled up.
I know. Yes.
In the old days, you would have taken off your shirt and run around and talked about the Bears and eaten a big old slice of deep dish pizza.
I know. I got my San Antonio blood now, David. I have my winter coat. This coat is my winter jacket that I bring to Chicago when we go back, and it's mainly, I only wear it when it gets below freezing. So one day, a couple days out of the year usually here. And it's not just this. I have my other jacket underneath this right now. I put this on this morning because I was like, it's cold. How many layers do I have? And I'm thankful I did, because even with these, both jackets on, it's frigid. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to take my shirt off right now, David.
And underneath all of the jackets is a Superman shirt.
That's right. That's right. Joe DiCarlo there live in Kerrville, in a very icy Kerrville. And we said earlier, and I'll reiterate for folks who are just waking up, that area has been pelted by Mother Nature over the last year, certainly the last 6 months. They deserve a break. They deserve just to enjoy a snow day or an ice day and stay inside. But please be safe there for you folks, our friends in Kerrville, because we are thinking of you. So be warm, be safe, and we will check back in with Joe DiCarlo a little bit later on in the show. Want to go to TransGuide. We had an accident earlier, Marisa, so that was 410
Vance Jackson.
410 Jackson Keller, but we don't have pictures of that. We do have one now at 281, right? 281 St. Mary's. Okay, let's see that off TransGuide. And this is a reminder here that as we start to feel a little bit better about the situation, there's this, and that is because there is ice. So this is the northbound lane of 281 at St. Mary's. So you're going out of downtown, and we got cars going in different directions, and that's never good news.
Well, in that area right there, there's that curve.
Yeah.
And it, on a good day, it tells you to slow down. So if you're not familiar with that area, and you're not familiar that that curve is there, that's what happens. So hopefully folks are okay. Emergency crews are probably on their way. So that's 281 at St. Mary's northbound.
There's a trucker. So now they're on scene. So we're waiting for obviously EMS if there is a need, certainly fire as well. But looks like at least the trucker's there. And then there was the issue that we saw, and we I don't know, guys, if can you do the rotating camera? Maybe we can see it with TransGuide. There was an issue where I don't know if it was a multi-car or just that one car along 410 eastbound. Just look for it here. So we get the split screen. So on the top.
There it is. Is that it?
Okay, so that's it. So one lane open along 410 eastbound at Jackson Keller. Looks to be an accident. And forgive me, but I'm going to ask our producer Joy here. Joy, you described it. What was the phrase you used when you were describing that accident? All right, so so according to TxDOT, it's listed as high severity. And the reason I point that out, these aren't cars that are just spinning out and having a mild accident, if there is such a thing. When TxDOT is using the word high severity, that is something that you want to avoid. So a couple of different angles, or a couple of different problem spots there. 410 eastbound at Jackson Keller, right there on the top, and then 281 northbound at St. Mary's there on the bottom.
It looks like both of those areas reduced to one lane as folks try to clear up that area and make sure everyone's okay.
And I think what is happening here is you get out on the roads, and we've been seeing this now for the better part of 2 hours. There are spots where the road conditions are fine. They're dry. There doesn't appear to be anything. And if there are wet spots, certainly on the highway, they're not iced over. And so you tend to get a little cocky, you tend to get a little overconfident, and you start to pick up your speed. And that's where then you run into an issue where there's the brine, there's the icy spots as well, and then certainly anything with the curve. You take those curves at a high speed, you are going to likely spin out.
And keep in mind, these are the roads that have been heavily treated by TxDOT,
That's a good
where
point.
these accidents are happening. So imagine, right, you're leaving your little community, your neighborhood. Those areas have not necessarily been treated as well as these main roads, main arteries, freeways. So please be careful. Again, you're looking, that bottom shot is 281 at St. Mary's, that's northbound. There's a wrecker on scene. It looks like they're trying to probably wait for emergency crews, make sure that the drivers are okay there.
I haven't seen anybody get out of the cars, huh?
Yeah.
Those are, which by the way, I mean, if you can, well,
and
that's a piece of vehicle there blowing, it looks like in the distance. It's about to blow off the picture screen. And there's, I think you may be saying, well, what, why are they out? What's going on? You guys have been talking about just staying at home. HEB is open.
Yeah.
And that's obviously a big thing. It's Sunday. A lot of folks go, obviously, on their routine is to go on Sunday. And they opened up about a half an hour ago. Emma Allen is, well, there's a good shot, right? If we can, before we go to Emma. So what do we see? We see EMS, we see fire. Rats. But we did see that one car there blocking. That was 410 at
Jackson Keller.
Jackson Keller.
The eastbound lanes.
Reduced to eastbound. Let's go to Emma. I can yak all day long. Let's go to Emma Allen. She is just outside. What HEB are you? Where are you at? And who do you see?
Well, good morning, David, Marisa. We are in the Deco District, which is off of Fredericksburg Road. We have changed. We were off of I-10 earlier, off of that frontage road, but we decided to move over here. We wanted to show you some of the businesses in this area. People, there's actually a fire truck that's about to pass through, so there might be some loud sirens here in a second, but people are walking in this area. They're driving in this area. This road, again, on Fredericksburg Road, is not that bad. And I also want to show you too, the HEB in this area. As somebody that comes to HEB on a Sunday morning, this is nothing for HEB. Here's these fire trucks that are coming by right now, as well as an ambulance. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like they're about to pull up right to where we are. Hopefully everybody's okay in this area. We haven't seen anything happen since we've been here, but we are gonna scooch over a little bit just to make sure we're okay. But again, this is the HEB. It just opened. The open was delayed a few hours. It was originally supposed to be open at 6, didn't open until 9, and there's hardly anybody here, which is shocking for HEB, I know. I guess a lot of people went out and got their supplies a few days ago, so they didn't have to get out in the snow and the ice. If you don't have to get out, definitely don't. But if you do, these roads aren't that bad. Again, this is Fredericksburg Road in the Deco District. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. As we bring in Jeanette to get an idea of the issues, and then we're taking a look here. There's a couple of accidents now that are very prominent. The one on the top is 410 eastbound at Jackson Keller. Fire EMS on the scene of that. There is the bottom shot there. That's 281. I believe the northbound lane at St. Mary's. Joy, correct me in my ear if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
And we saw a wrecker there on scene. I can't see anything in that screen of first responders, but we do see a wrecker on scene. So the conditions aren't great. They're fine in some spots, they're not great in others, and therein lies the rub, because you leave your house thinking, this is not a big deal, I'm fine. And then you get a little overconfident on a turn, and there's a patch of ice that you're not seeing, and you spin out because you're not used to driving in it, and then you're going to spend your Sunday dealing with that.
As Emma said earlier, sketchy. Sketchy is a good way to describe
the roads
and travel across the area, because it may look good, and I would say for the most part, yes, not too bad, but you get those little patches of ice and a quick spin out can happen. You can see the bottom. I'm trying to figure out, what's that liquid? It looks like some liquid or something.
It's probably the oil after the crash.
Oil?
Yeah, but that area, St. Mary's at 281, there's that curve.
There's a curve right there.
And I was telling David, even on good days, you're supposed to slow down in general.
Yeah.
But hardly any people do, because, right, there's a lot of commuters and, I know this area. But then you get weather that we've gotten overnight, and it's probably horrible.
So sun's coming out here. Sun is up, but the sun, are we going to have just a clear blue day?
Oh, so the sun is up, but we can't see a lot of it because it's still pretty cloudy.
Yeah.
Definitely does look a little brighter. However, this cloud cover will be clearing out in the next couple of hours. This afternoon, I do expect to see more sunshine.
Good.
The hill country, even though it'll eventually turn a little sunny there, it's not going to help to melt the sheets of sleet, so they're still covering a good chunk of the hill country, especially Kerrville. We saw that from Joe's live shot earlier.
Do we know, have we heard, and forgive me, how thick is that ice where Joe is? Is that
reports of about a half an inch of sleet? We call them sleet packs. About a quarter of an inch to half an inch, a little farther north from Kerrville, I believe over an inch. Clouds and radar, so nothing to show on radar. Anything that is falling, for example, those fat snowflakes that are flying around in Kerrville, that's not going to accumulate. It's not going to pile up. You can see that area of clouds from Kerrville to Bandera County and Hondo, and also still some cloudiness here in San Antonio, especially the north side of town. But in terms of any additional precipitation falling from the sky, we're not seeing that. Live power Doppler radar here is quiet. The storm system is moving off towards the east. This is now a big issue for the eastern part of the U.S. areas east of the Mississippi River Valley. Along the coast, heavy rain. Just to the north from the rain, lots of ice. And north of the ice, heavy snow. And we're seeing that across the Ohio Valley, moving towards the northeast. Now, much of Texas drying out, the exception being west central Texas. There's a little area of snow that's moving towards Lubbock. That, however, will stay well north of us. Not going to make it this far south. Temperatures right now, 20s. It is very cold. We call this dangerous cold because we typically don't get this cold here. It's the wind, though, that's making it feel even colder. If you do have to go out in the elements, just make sure that you bundle up. You're dressed in layers. I heard that Via is running today. If you have to wait at the bus stop, make sure that you dress in layers, stay warm. Also, don't forget to check on your neighbors, especially your elderly neighbors. Make sure that they are staying warm with this weather. 22 in Selma, 20 in Stone Oak, the Rim right now at 21. The airport says 23, but of course the farther north you go, the colder it is. It's 19 in Boerne. To the south, temperatures are below freezing, 26 in Pleasanton. Wind chill temperatures, these are the temperatures that you want to dress for. It feels like it's 10 in Boerne. Also feels like it's in the low teens to single digits across far northern Bexar County. 7 in New Braunfels. Feels like it's below 0 in Rock Springs. So still some lingering cloudiness, I would say, for the next hour or two. Then it should clear out. Should see mostly sunny skies throughout much of the area this afternoon. Tonight, it is going to be clear. Tomorrow morning, clear skies. And with the clear skies and the north winds, it's still going to be very cold. In fact, it will likely be even colder tomorrow morning than it is out there this morning. Temperatures taking their time to get above freezing. We're still in the low 20s. We may just stay in the 20s now until noontime. And if we continue on this trend, we're lucky if we make it above freezing by 4. I'm still going to forecast a high of 34. Hopefully with the sunshine we'll see this afternoon, we'll make it above freezing. Now, once the sun goes down during the 6 p.m. hour, temperatures then drop below freezing. So we may have just about a 3 to 4 hour window where temperatures are near freezing or slightly above. Gets freezing cold tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 20s once the sun goes down. And then tomorrow morning will likely have upper teens to low 20s. Western zone, mostly sunny, 36. Hill country will stay below freezing all day, 25. In the eastern zone, about 34. I've seen reports of about a 1/10 of an inch or a little more of ice in San Antonio and in and around Bexar County. Tomorrow morning, 18. That's a record morning low. The record for the day is 20 when it comes to low temperatures. In the afternoon, we're up to 38. Sunny skies. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Still frigid in the morning. Then we make it to the 40s. Wednesday, 56. Temperatures will likely stay just below freezing Wednesday morning, including Thursday morning. So a very cold week ahead. Another opportunity for rain comes by the end of the week into the weekend as another front comes across the area. Here's the extended forecast for all the 3 zones in the hill country each morning there through the upcoming week, with the exception of Friday morning will be below freezing. And here's the extended for the eastern zone. Again, we've been tracking the icy spots still left on some area roads, parking lots still frozen. If you're about to head out, don't be surprised if your car is covered in ice, still thick sheets of ice on any metal surfaces. We'll have another weather update coming up.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. We are working on getting a phoner with Mark White, Councilman White from District 10, to give us any city updates on what's going on with this weather, what services are open, all of that good stuff.
There are some warming centers, obviously, for the folks who either unfortunately have lost power or do not have a home with power or a home in general. So we'll get an update on that. We have a map. If you are watching us online and have a chance to go to one of those or the need for one of those, there's a full map of all the locations at news4sa.com. What you see here, we've split the screen. On top is a rotating camera from TransGuide, all the different roads, highways throughout San Antonio and Bexar County. Most of it looks good. The one on the bottom, and then there's another one you'll see pop up here on the top. There are trouble spots, though, and that's therein lies the rub, so to speak, because so much of it is fine, and then folks get out on the road and they get a little confident, or overconfident, I should say, and they'll hit a spot and it's covered in ice and they lose control and they either slam into the median or they slam into another car. This on the bottom is 281 at
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's. Thank
Headed
you.
northbound.
Yeah, thank you very much. And they've loaded up. You can see on the left-hand side, that's a trucker, a wrecker rather, and they've put one of the vehicles up on top. Then there's another one off to the right-hand side. You can't see that. And then, did they already clear that scene? On the top-hand side, there was also a 410 eastbound at Jackson Keller. Looked to be a little bit nastier accident there. We were told not as pleasant, for lack of better words, for the folks there. So we're working to get you up information on that. Bottom line, the thing to take from that is it ain't good being out. So if you could stay at home, stay at home. Church, so many of the churches around town are doing service this morning online. HEB is open if you need something. I don't know about fast food restaurants right now. I'm assuming a lot of them are staying closed at least until noon, but we'll you know, if you want to venture out, the side streets are something to keep in mind. Those were not treated through TxDOT, just the highways and overpasses and flyovers were.
Yeah, let's check in with Melissa Vega over at the live desk.
Yeah, the live desk. We have been following the latest road conditions as well. We are continuing to monitor that TransGuide shot that you guys have been talking about. They do have the van on the wrecker truck there, so they are about to take that van away. No word on how many people may have been inside that van or if anyone was injured. So again, we are still waiting. And as we wait for that, we want to get a live look at the city of San Antonio. This is a map from Public Works, and they say as of 9:15 a.m., there are currently 4 city roads that are closed due to ice, and there is one road that is closed due to water over the roadway. So you can see those little red dots there, and those are the dots that we're talking about. So there is water over the roadway at Maltzberger Lane from Highway 281 North Access Road to Country Parkway. There's also those 4 roads that we're talking about that are closed due to ice. We have Green Mountain at Loop 1604. That's closed due to ice. The intersection issue at East Nakoma and Highway 281, also ice there. The intersection at East New Braunfels South, that also has ice on the road. We also have Martin Luther King Drive from Brooksdale Drive to West Hine. That is also closed due to ice. So this is the latest information from Public Works. So there are 4 roadways closed due to ice, and you have that one roadway closure due to water over the road. So we're going to continue to monitor this map for you. Also, Public Works just reminding everyone we do have power outages that we are dealing with. And because of that, some of the stoplights that you drive up to may be flashing red, may be blinking. So please, they say, treat that as an all-way stop. When it's dark or flashing red, just treat that as an all-way stop. They're working to get those traffic lights up as well. We're going to continue to monitor the very latest, keep you updated as soon as we learn more information. The new information that comes in, we will get that out to you. That is currently the latest from the Live Desk.
All right, Melissa, thank you. I would just be advised to stay away from low water crossings. Just not sure what exactly, what you would be driving through. It could be nothing more than a puddle, and it could be a patch of black ice, and that would be obviously a huge issue. So if you live in an area, and there are a couple of areas I was just looking at from Bear Flood over by the Oak Park area, just off of 410. There are some low water crossings in that area, so you're going to want to avoid that. Just, the key of the word today is avoidance. If you can, just do so, because it's a Sunday. There's no need. You're not going to work. Most of you aren't anyway. And obviously, school is closed, well, today because it's Sunday, but it's also closed tomorrow. So if you can just hang out at home and avoid all of the trouble spots today, that would be good. It would make things a lot easier.
Exercise caution if you are headed out. You want to make sure that you're driving slower than usual, because there's still patches of ice all over the place, and it's mixed with the brine. It's mixed with all of that highway treatment that TxDOT put out. So just be careful when you're headed out on the roadways, especially as you're leaving your communities, your neighborhoods. That hasn't been treated.
Roads, a bit of an issue here as you move north, certainly in the Austin area. That is also an issue, certainly overnight. Some of the video coming out of the Austin area, there was a lot of icing situations, a lot of issues with the roads because of the weather.
And our Jamal Kennedy is up I-35 in Austin, where parts of that interstate and a number of area highways have shut down.
Yeah, we're located out here along Mopac and 183 along the frontage road here in North Austin. And I'm actually going to step out so you can see the roads a little bit. You can tell it's been driven on slightly, but not too heavily. It's still very much these icy road conditions. Some cars are taking their time driving through. The bridge under the overpass has seen more of the action. But, around 7:30 this morning, we spotted a car up in the middle of the incline on the 183 to Research Boulevard ramp. They stopped in the middle of the incline. They threw their hazards on. Come to find out, a couple of cars later did the same thing because there was a car further up on the ramp that was stopped, and it looks like they were stranded, so they were all stepping in to check on them. But this is why officials are advising folks at home, if you don't have to drive out there, stay home. It's the safest place to be, and it's a surefire way to make sure that you and your family are kept safe. Now, some of the roads around here, again, look very much untraveled on, so just be careful if you do have to leave your home. Drive slow, take it easy, don't speed, and make sure you don't slam on your brakes, because that can send you into a frenzy. For now, reporting in Austin, Jamal Kennedy.
All right, so obviously our friends up in Austin, as you see, dealing with a lot of the similar things that we have been dealing with here. Roads, I would say that they're a little bit more of an issue there, like we saw in Kerrville. And we've seen there with some great pictures from Joe DiCarlo. This, as we look here, seems to be some of to the left-hand side of your screen. We've split it up to get a couple of different angles from TransGuide, an accident along 281 at St. Mary's, and then another one at 410. One of them was in the clearing stages. I believe that was the 281 one.
Yeah, both of them appeared to be getting cleared out by crews. So that is good news. But if you are out in the roads, like some of the cars that you're seeing on our TransGuide cameras, exercise a lot of caution. Drive slower than usual, because there are lots of ice patches, black ice, that you may not be aware of.
Yeah, I want to go to Emma Allen. So when we last saw her, she was there stationed outside of an HEB there in the Deco district. But there was a EMS and a fire truck that came up to you as you were wrapping up your report. What's happening out there?
Yeah, David, Marisa, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was just going to say they just left this area. I think they were responding to a medical call, but it did look like everybody was alert and okay, so that is some good news. We did want to give you an update on that. Back behind us, though, you can see a VIA bus coming through. That's just what I was about to mention right now, the bus driver waving at us. There are a lot of people that are waiting for the buses this morning, and they are bundled up. Actually, I say that, and I think the bus just took them. But they have been waiting all morning long. They've been bundled up. We know that buses are taking people to warming shelters for free in the area, and I can't blame them. It's really cold outside. And if maybe a bus is a better idea than actually getting your car out and getting on these roads, especially if you're not used to driving in these icy conditions. I'm an Arkansas girl. I'm not either, so I don't blame you if you want to take an Uber or take a bus to get where you need to go. But this area, again, it's off Fredericksburg Road. We're at the HEB. The HEB just opened up a short time ago. Not a lot of people in this area though, and there's some businesses back there. You can see like a pizza shop, a few other businesses, and they look to be closed right now. We know it is a Sunday, so we have to keep that in mind, but I think a lot of places might be impacted by this cold winter weather, these icy roads that we are seeing. And something else I want to know, I don't know if Jeanette can hear me, but we've seen some flurries since we've been out here, which is kind of cool because I don't get to see a lot of snow. But we have seen some flurries since we've been out here on Fredericksburg Road.
You can tell how cold it is because Emma's cheeks are nice and bright.
See her breath.
Yeah.
It's
Not
cold.
as many flurries as we saw in Joe DiCarlo's live shot, though, right?
All right, Emma Allen, thank you there. Located on Fredericksburg in the Deco district. I don't know about you guys, but waiting for a bus.
Oh my gosh.
God bless those people.
Mhm.
That is, if they are going to work or wherever, they deserve a raise because they're doing some serious work there. Just getting to the bus stop and then having to wait for a Via bus, which I guess there is good news there. They're running. So if you do need to get somewhere and you rely on Via, the good news is that the city bus system is up and running this morning on a very cold Sunday morning.
And it seems like the weather is going to get a little bit better as the sun peeks out.
Yeah, conditions are just going to continue to improve. In fact, we're starting to see some breaks of sun, which is a good sign. In fact, in Kerrville, it looks a little brighter there. Now, some of you may be noticing the white from this live shot. Well, this is Louise Hayes Park, and on the other side of the Guadalupe River there, and even that bridge right over the Guadalupe, that is sleet. That's ice. These are what we say sleet packs. So it's a thin sheet of sleet. And I say thin, some areas it's a little thicker, and the hill country will not have the chance to get above freezing today. So even though there will be some breaks of sun there, do expect icy conditions to continue throughout the day in the hill country. Closer to San Antonio and points south with sunshine and temperatures that will get near freezing or slightly above, then we will see some melting. So conditions will just continue to improve. If you are about to head out, just be careful. Take your time. Also keep in mind that anything that's metal, cars, the patio furniture, that likely has lots of ice on it. So if you're going to head to your car, don't be surprised if it's parked outside. It's covered in ice. It's going to take some time to thaw out. Clouds and radar, yes, some snowflakes here and there, most of that in the hill country. All columns of the atmosphere now cold. So not surprised that we're seeing just some snowflakes flying around. Don't get too excited. It's not going to accumulate. It's not going to be enough to make snowmen or snowballs. Live power Doppler radar, we're looking at clear sky. Still some lingering cloud cover, but that should clear out in the next couple of hours. The heavy stuff drifting east of Texas. Take a look at this winter storm. It is covering pretty much every area from the Midwest down towards the north central Gulf Coast. That is snow. In the white, that's light snow. Once you get the deeper purple color, blue, that's heavy snowfall, and you can see that swath of heavy snow now moving towards the northeast. Winter mix from Kentucky to Tennessee, a little bit of a winter mix as well over northern Mississippi and Alabama. That's all rain, heavy rain. And that system continues to move towards the east coast. Back towards west central Texas, there's a little upper level disturbance that is helping to produce some fresh snow there. That's mostly light to pockets of moderate snow. Lubbock starting to see some snowfall, but no worries, that's not going to make it this far south. Temperatures across the country, 19 below zero in Bismarck, 10 in Chicago, single digits in New York City. And that Arctic air mass is here. Temperatures are in the 20s. It feels even colder with the gusty north winds. Low 20s for the most part here in San Antonio and Bexar County. 23 degrees. That's the current temperature at the airport. In fact, we've been holding at 23 degrees since about 7 this morning. So with the cloud cover that's still in place, these temperatures are having a hard time warming up. hopefully with the sunshine later today, we'll see temperatures climbing to the upper 20s and then perhaps low 30s. Across the north, it's 20 in Bernie. Across the south, 30 in Cotulla. East of us in Gonzales, it is 25. Wind chill temperatures, north winds sustain 10 to 15 miles an hour. Occasional gusts a little higher than that, and that's making it feel colder. Feels like it's 7 in New Braunfels, 10 in San Antonio at the airport. Most likely single-digit wind chills on the north side of San Antonio. Here's future radar, future satellite showing you no additional precipitation. We'll see some clearing. It will certainly be clear tonight through tomorrow morning, and that's going to drop temperatures even more. We'll have actual temperatures tomorrow morning in the teens, upper teens to low 20s in town. So still bitter cold through the morning. By noontime, we're likely still below, we're still below freezing, below 32, but should make it to the upper 20s. Then we get above freezing after 3 this afternoon. Forecast high between 34 to as high as 35. Once the sun goes down, which will happen just after 6 o'clock this evening, more freezing cold temperatures. By 7 this evening, upper 20s. The rest of the evening, mid to late evening hours, mid 20s. And then overnight tonight, low 20s. Tomorrow morning, heading out the door, if you are going to head out tomorrow morning, we'll have upper teens. Western zone, mostly sunny, 36. Hill country will stay below freezing all day. And that's going to be the case through tomorrow morning in the hill country, temperatures below freezing. Forecasting a low of 18 in town tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning as well. That's why I have weather alert day still. Sunny skies through Wednesday, and then a gradual warming trend. I say warming, but it's not going to be all that warm. We'll be near 60 Thursday. And there is the chance for rain by the end of the week going into the weekend. In the hill country, sleet packs there, 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. We've been seeing ice accretions, ice accumulations closer to San Antonio, over 1/10 of an inch. A little more, though, on the north side of town. So be careful if you are heading out. Make sure that you are bundled up, and you're going to need that winter gear this upcoming week since temperatures are going to be quite cold. Guys?
Jeanette, thank you. I want to go to Joe DiCarlo, who is in Kerrville, and Joe's experiencing a warming trend now.
Is that right?
Yes, and Joe, I don't want to hear anything about how cold it is where you are, because earlier it felt like it was 0. Now it feels like it's 1. So obviously things are really heating up there in Kerrville.
It's heating up, and we have the sun starting to shine as well. So I mean, it's almost pool weather pretty much right now, David. So
oh no, this is happening.
Sure, but.
He keeps freezing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the main thing we want to stress for sure right now. The sun is coming out, which is going to help over the next few hours on these roadways. We did just see a big batch of TxDOT vehicles. They were spreading brine also on the road. So hopefully that's helped a little as well. Over the past probably 30, 45 minutes or so, we've seen a little bit more of the road compared to just flat ice on Highway 16, so there's subtle improvements, but it's still pretty dangerous at the current moment. It's still ice covered. We have the grass here covered in ice. We have the parking lot, we have the road, the sidewalks still covered in ice as well from all the sleet that we saw last night, the overnight period, and into this morning. But the precipitation is coming to an end. We've had a few flurries the past little while. We had a light snow shower about 30 minutes ago, but now as I look behind me past the camera, there's a lot of blue skies moving in. So the sun is going to be coming out here in the hill country in the next few hours. That hopefully will improve our road conditions as we head into the early afternoon. But I do want to stress there's a lot of ice still, so it's going to take some time to melt it off the roads. And then anything that's wet tonight will freeze over again once the sun goes down. And we're not expected to get above freezing here today in Kerrville. So keep that in mind tonight. It's still going to be treacherous. You want to stay inside this evening once the sun goes down as well. So improving conditions here with the sun. Again, you said feels like 0, now feels like 1. It's still bitterly cold, but we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, it is.
Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Joe, you guys have done a great job. We appreciate all your coverage. And that continues to be, we've got road cam there, David Mendoza at the bottom, TransGuide at the top. We've seen some accidents throughout the morning. If you are headed out in this direction, in any direction this morning, you still need to be safe. You see the blue skies. I mean, they're legendary in Texas, obviously. You feel a little bit confident, and the word of this morning has been overconfidence, even arrogance behind the road, because you just don't know until things have fully dried out what that ice is going to do.
I wanted to pass on some information. This is from Commissioner Grant Moody, and he gave us some updates on what's going on in the county. So there are 15 individuals. They are sheltered in the warming centers right now. He's told us that there are currently about 8,000 outages throughout Bexar County. That is from 20,000 overnight. So CPS working very well to try and get those numbers down. The Emergency Operations Center has been staffed since 5:30 yesterday morning. So they are on it, and they will be operational until tomorrow morning, or in the afternoon rather. So just be aware of that, and of course all the school closures that are happening. Bernie, Northside, NEISD, all of those school closures are in effect for tomorrow.
Kudos, CPS really working to get those outages down, now less than 3,000. Jeanette, we got about a minute and a half before we go off the air with this extended coverage, but we'll be dipping back in throughout the morning with some updates. What can folks expect over the next several hours?
Here in the Texas
this afternoon. Plus temperatures should make it above freezing. So slow improvements in the hill country. Farther south though, we'll have a better chance of seeing improvements across the area. But keep in mind, anything that may still be wet tonight, tomorrow morning will refreeze, because we're in for another bitterly cold night and morning tomorrow morning.
And all of the bridges, keep in mind, all the bridges are iced over. That's the other thing that Commissioner Moody had mentioned. All the bridges are iced over. A lot of the patches on the road, ice patches, are still there. So exert extreme caution if you do have to go out and drive. Let's take a look at some chime-in pictures that our viewers have been sending in yesterday and then this morning. Yeah, this is what a lot of folks are waking up to.
God bless Teresa Campbell. We've seen her picture a couple of times. I feel hopefully she got that car up and running and got those windshield wipers finally unfrozen. You can send us your pictures and videos. We'd love to see them. It's not all doom and gloom. We saw a little boy experiencing ice for the first time. That was awesome. Just go to news4sa.com and look for the chime in button. You click on that, and that allows you to upload your pictures and videos. And we will show those, hopefully as many as we can, on our news.
And we're going to be doing live updates all morning long. You'll see them here on News 4 as well as on our website, news4sa.com. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, we'll see you tonight at 5 o'clock.